my camera went out. Welcome to YouTube. This is your host, Super Stoner Loser. No.
Yeah.
Yeah, so this plane video is interesting. This plane disappeared.
Oh, you don't think this is fake? It looks like a there's an app called CapCut where you can add effects to stuff, and it looks like it has an effect, but it's like edited maybe.
Yeah, this is from a badge of recently declassified whatchamacallits.
Yeah, like I know there's a bunch of stuff that being declassified with UFO files recently, but I haven't really looked into a lot of those. There is some interesting stuff though.
Oh yeah, did you hear about the voter fraud?
Afternoon
Yeah, the voter
of
fraud is
November
a major
4th.
issue. Yeah.
I believe it was about 4:30 or 5 o'clock when the military ballots came in. And I was working with one particular table when I was witnessing the military ballots. And I found it highly unusual that every military ballot that was logged into the system had a birth date of January 1st, 1900.
That doesn't reek of fraud or anything.
So this is Michigan State Senate Committee Oversight holds hearing on election results at
Yeah.
Bright Side, Sydney Roberts. I don't know RSB Network. I want to just try to verify a source for this, but I have seen a lot of like similar things. You know what I mean? I've seen some.
I heard about
similar...
that Abdul Sayed guy.
Yeah,
that there was 3 times as many votes in Detroit as there was the number of voters.
Really?
For him?
Really? Really?
It doesn't reek of voter fraud or anything.
Yeah, I haven't looked into that, but I've seen videos of like Nick Shirley who's like interviewed. I've seen videos where like you have a guy going in and he basically is the ID for like 5 other people. Like he's basically like the chaperone, and all you need is like his signature and you can get like 5 other votes with it.
That's weird.
Yeah,
seems kind of fishy.
Man, I should start saving some of these clips for some of that stuff. But yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, there's definitely some like voter fraud issues.
Yeah, they're doing some kind of new process on the mail-ins or something.
Have you watched any of Nick Shirley's videos?
I'm not familiar.
Oh, really? All right.
I mean, technically, they should make people vote with their fingerprint.
You might be able to find something on Twitter with Nick Shirley voter fraud. He's basically this investigate. He's basically.
I think I did. He's in California.
Yeah.
Yeah, I seen it his Twitter today actually.
Yeah. He's been all over the world and he does like journalism. Yeah, you've probably seen some stuff from him.
Yeah, let's see here.
They're trying to stop him from journalism, from investigative journalism with the not Nick Shirley.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
Have you heard anything about that?
Yeah, they're the California's trying to make a law so you can't investigate things.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's totally ridiculous. Hey, how's it going, Danny?
What's up, guys?
Howdy.
We're live right now.
Yeah, I see. You ever send me a YouTube link also?
Oh, there should be one in the comments or the private chat. Let me
send to the private. I can't always get into the comments because I'm not. There we go. Thank you.
There we go. Yeah. Let's see here. Yeah. So what's going on in the news lately? I always see everything on Twitter and then I forget.
I was gonna post to Twitter, but then I got hacked.
Yeah, I always see it when I'm like scrolling through shit. I'm like, oh, I should screenshot that, and then I don't. I'm like, oh, fuck. Yeah, what was it? So the other night I was talking about how judges can't have a financial interest in a case, otherwise they would have to recuse themselves. But it's okay for Congress to have financial interest in a law, no penalties
Yeah.
whatsoever. Seems pretty ridiculous. Let's see here.
They were supposed to make a law that said that 'cause I remember years ago there was some kind of thing with Pepsi. There was like a lawsuit against them, and they found out that like the judges in the case had investments in Pepsi, and it was supposed to be something that forced judges to recuse themselves if they had um financial interest. But then they realized like it's hard for they can't really fully track that. So
Yeah, you'd have to like get them to say it on the record or something.
they'd have to get. I don't know if they're even allowed to check investments for judges. They might. I don't know. They're allowed to do
Oh,
it for.
well, I when I was in court, I proved it real easy. I just asked the judge. I was like, for the record, do you make more if I lose or if he wins?
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, it's the state going
Interesting.
after the state going after. It's like the state representing the state against the state.
Yeah.
That's the biggest problem. That's why my whole case has been such a joke, because it's like. But yeah, we got it. Someone told me they're like there's like some kind of lawsuit now to get rid of the bar association, but I doubt that. I doubt that's going to happen.
Yeah, I doubt it. Let's see. Yeah, well, to chase up, Danny's case is about that he got fired for not wanting to be vaccinated from the
Really?
garbage truck man.
Really?
Yeah, it seems like it'd be like $1 million case to sue him or something, but nobody will take his case.
Well, they
Wow.
overturned our original ruling because they said that we were outside of the statute of limitations, except our case was a hybrid case, which had part of it had a 4-month statute of limitations, and the other part of it had a 3-year statute of limitations. And they just threw out the whole case without touching the merits of it and without addressing the other half of our case. So now we appealed a little bit higher. We appealed to the last court in New York, but the courts here are so corrupt. It's just insane how corrupt New York State courts are.
Oh yeah, I wouldn't doubt it.
Yeah,
Probably the most corrupt in the country. Oh, where'd he go? Oh, the New York got him. Not. Yeah, so there's a stupid rumor going around where people think that there's that the new leak of Grand Theft Auto is gonna be leaked by a dead man's thing or something if it gets, I don't know, some kind of ridiculous, unverifiable.
I thought there's been a few different leaks or like gameplay footages that have come out. I haven't seen them, but I've heard that. Yeah.
Yeah.
Do you plan on playing GTA 6 or?
Yeah, I pre-ordered it.
Did
I
you
just want
really?
to see what they're gonna brainwash everybody with.
How are you gonna play it on what?
I got a PS5. I don't really.
Oh
play
yeah,
games
you should
much.
add me on there. What do you play?
Oh, I don't really play anything. I tried to play the Call of Duty game, but I just couldn't. I don't know, because
what Call of Duty game?
Nah, one of the newest ones. I just it's not like I don't know. I miss the old Halo Wars.
I know. Yeah, the old Halo games. Yeah, Xbox. Yeah, there's no way of really. They came out with a new Halo, but people really did not like it because it had a bunch of DEI stuff in it. Like basically like they replaced some of the characters with like black women. You know what I mean? And like it's not even
there already a black master sergeant or some shit.
Yeah,
and the
yeah,
captain.
yeah. Yeah, but they do a lot of things, like, they have, like, this it's just you recognize it when you see it, and it's like a purposeful thing where they're self-inserting themselves into the game, and they have, like, these political messages that they kinda
Oh yeah.
rewrite, the story in a way. Like, they add in new voice lines, they add in, like, new things, but
Hmm.
they're trying to present the old game like a remaster, but
Yeah,
yeah.
with PC bullshit spread
Yeah,
in it.
PC. Yeah.
Uh, yeah, that's a shame. They want to like pacify everyone through complete nonsense. Uh,
Well, it's just like yeah, it's not an escape, you know what I mean? Like, people play those games for an escape from a lot of this stuff, but yeah.
hmm.
Um, yeah. And then some of the things they downgraded too, like, just, like, gameplay-wise, and just
But,
overall from what I've seen, a lot of people, it's available on PS5, they just brought it out, but I didn't buy it just because a lot of people have
uh,
been really yeah, a lot of
oh,
things people said about it.
well, I think the game was made as some kind of uh, mind control as all the first person shooter games. It's like they needed people to recruit to the military so they could send them
Right.
off to go get killed in war
It
or some shit.
it's like a propaganda tactic to recruit people. Yeah, I definitely have thought that a similar thing before. I think, Call of Duty is somehow involved in recruitment. I forget I heard someone say something recently. I forget
Oh, yeah, I
exactly what
wouldn't
it
doubt
was,
it.
but yeah.
Oh yeah. Let's see what else we got in the news here. Well, yeah, Gary, Indiana residents have been without power for 2 weeks.
That's nice.
I bet you that's real fun living there. It's probably like 10 times as dangerous as no power.
What happened in Gary, Indiana? Why don't they have power?
Oh, there's some storm or something.
Oh,
Poor
okay.
people. I mean, I hope everybody's okay.
Wow. Yeah.
You know? Yeah,
There's a
I would
rapper
definitely not want to be in the ghetto if the power goes out for 2 weeks.
there's a famous rapper, Freddie Gibbs, who's
Oh yeah, I'm
um
familiar with.
from that place, Gary, Indiana.
Yeah,
Yeah, he's like one of the best right now too,
yeah, it
like
was
with
one of
like
the
Kendrick
socialist
Lamar.
utopias. Gary, Indiana. The socialists had all the money in the world, and that's what it turned into.
Yeah, I mean, you could give someone $10,000 a month, but they can just gamble it
Oh,
immediately.
way before, like back in the 1950s and stuff. It was Dennis Cuddy does an article about it where he just nails it down, and he names names, and uh, I forget what the article's called, but it's really good.
Right, they keep talking about there's going to be mass outages coming up soon. They keep talking about this whole thing with they're gonna they're gonna they're gonna what them call hack the electricity and water grid and yada yada yada. So we'll see how that goes. But supposedly it's going to happen. I think it just something just happened in England where they hacked the grid of something and they're dealing with that. Yeah, I don't
It's
know. I
like,
think it's all psyop. I don't think Iran is hacking into us. I think it's just to set us up for shutting
remember
everything
that
down.
remember that movie, the TV show Mr. Robot. It
Oh
was like,
yeah, I remember that. Yeah.
I think that was predictive programming. Definitely
Mr. Robot. I don't know if I've ever watched that movie. It's like
a
a
TV show.
animated. Yeah,
No,
wasn't it like a
It's got that actor from Egypt or something that's like he's plays a computer nerd in it, but he's got like a split personality, which is what the hell's that dude name? He's in like that Kevin Costner Robin Hood movie. Uh, I can't think of his name. He's like an '80s type.
Yeah, I haven't seen it, so
Well, to sum it up, basically, a bunch of hackers shut down the power grid and delete all the banks or something. Delete all the bank accounts.
wow.
Uh, yeah, I think that's what some kind of programming of the. I mean, I think it's all programming. Oh, this is
Well, I
crazy.
mean, a lot of it is trying to have a sort of message or whatever, like a rallying cry sort of thing. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
So, like sway you in a political manner. A lot of it
yeah.
instill
Hmm.
a philosophy or something.
Well, yeah, I mean it's all new age bullshit. I
And a
mean
lot of
this.
the people who are like writing it, a lot of I think the writers right now, they're definitely there's a definitely sort of like a political um you know like because they are the writers, they get to write the narrative, you know what I mean? Like who
Yeah.
gets to win or lose, and so you see like they're creating their own fantasies.
Well, I mean, like right now, the New World Order has drawn up a fantasy of somehow all the leftists and rainbow people are all supporting the most radical Islamic forces on the planet.
Well,
That's true.
well, okay, there's two things about that. It's like they'll say that, oh, you're a fascist if like if you're calling out like communist Islam, like that union between Islam and communism. They'll say they'll call you a fascist if you call that out. But right now, it's like
Well,
you
that's because
remember
they all go to ad hominem because they have zero argument.
exactly. Yeah, it's like you can't expose what we're doing, or we're gonna we're
How
gonna
dare
call
you
you everything.
point out that I'm tricked and I'm a vagabond cannon fodder of Rockefeller?
Yeah, yeah. Um, but remember how in school, like, or like when you're growing up, there, like, you know, you, you got to do this or else you're gay. Remember how that people used to say that? You know, like do this or you're gay. It's literally become that in politics to like a collective level of like you got to do what you got to do what I say or believe what I tell you to believe, and say what I tell you to say, or else you're this or that, and it's a
Yeah, yeah.
form of manipulation.
I
Like
forget how. What are you, like 26 or something? I forget.
27.
Okay, yeah. So we had similar stuff in high school, but like
Yeah.
it's well, I think there was. I don't know. I dropped out.
Yeah. Well, it's just an elementary sort of manipulation tactic you see, where they're just like, do what
Yeah,
I say
peer
or else
pressure.
yeah,
It's
it's a form
all
of peer pressure.
psychological peer
And,
pressure.
and it's a peer pressure to get you to lie as well. I think that's what it is.
Yeah,
Um,
it's group psychology is heavily used by politics and
you have to like
new
renounce your
agers.
belief. You know, I think that's something that happened to like Socrates. He was told that he had to renounce like his beliefs or something like that, or like face like execution or something.
Yeah, they were mad that he was asking questions. They're like,
Yeah,
"Don't you ask too many questions.
yeah,
Go get the
yeah,
hemlock."
yeah.
That's a joke because they poisoned Socrates with hemlock.
Right. Yeah,
That's poor dude. They
yeah.
put that
Poor
all that.
dude.
There's a lot of mystery schools that use Socrates hemlock reference in their oaths. The Illuminati, the Skull and Bones. They say Aqua Tofana reference to the hemlock. juice that was in the wine.
Yeah.
It's interesting. It's like it seems like the roots of them was good, but they all got kind of they all evolved into some sort of insane thing. Uh, like consider like uh, well, I don't know. It's like it reminds you of that anime Samurai Champloo.
I haven't seen it.
Oh yeah, that's like the only anime I've ever seen. But
Yeah.
but besides Dragon Ball Z, but like
Samurai what?
Samurai Champloo with a C.
Yeah, I don't
It's
know.
pretty good, but
Yeah.
I mean half of it's trash, but half of it's
Yeah.
pretty entertaining.
Okay.
But it's like in the story there was one samurai who was like trained in the art very specifically and very up like by the books, and then there's like the other samurai who's like total chaos idiot like somehow they go together good with it. Well, I was trying to break out like a metaphorical thing to it, but like how was I gonna say something about I think I need a cigarette.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, the Socrates thing. Yeah, because it's like they were asking questions about the empire, and the empire is like, "How dare you criticize our political correctness?"
Yeah. Or it's like a order. It's I think it had to do with some. It's like what he was saying was like there's the old rule, right, where they have their doctrine, and then he's presenting new facts or what science or whatever that is would destabilize the old paradigm, you
Yeah.
know, and so like when he's introducing these facts that directly challenge the facts of the establishment or whatever, there's it's like who's the authority in that position, and it's like that
Well, there's
is
a famous
yeah.
there's a famous adage. How's it go? Like something about questioning authority or authority in question or something like. I forget how it goes. It's like the idea that the authority becoming more powerful than the law, where it's like the law cannot hold the authority. It's like I mean, it's from like if if you were to look at stuff from like a constitutional like lawyer perspective or something like or constitutional law perspective, it's like it seems like uh it seems like one of the only remedies for what's happening is if like every sheriff in the country went full force with investigations and just started slapping the cuffs on everybody.
What do you mean by that? Like
Everyone in politics just like,
What they
oh,
did.
are
Yeah,
you
they
Mr.
did that in Missouri. In Missouri, they said that the Missouri sheriffs won't enforce any ATF laws against guns, against the Second Amendment. But that's just Missouri. But if they tell, but
I see.
anything, but here, like I've said the same thing, like in New York, like the county sheriff should sit down with their DAs and write up a list of criminal offenses against the governor, against judges, against whomever, and issue a warrant for their arrest. Like that would be the greatest revolution to uphold the Constitution in this country, is if Imagine if a bunch of sheriffs in upstate New York were like, Hochul, because of your actions allowing criminals out, this person's dead. Because the judge lets these people out, this person
Yeah.
is dead. You are
That's
held
gonna start
responsible.
happening.
No, it isn't. People are not, they're not, no one's smart enough, unfortunately. That's the problem in
No.
this country. People are
Yeah.
not smart enough. They're so busy worried about all the wrong things. They're so busy like arguing about Israel and pretending they care about Palestinians and bitching about
Yeah.
dumb nonsense that they don't realize that, like, wait a second, maybe we should worry about home. You know, maybe we should worry about our home states. And the thing is like, I always put it in the philosophical terms that there's always a day before. There's always a day
Yeah.
before. There's the day before World War II started. There was a day
Yeah.
before Kristallnacht. There was a day before the Civil War. There was a day before the Ottoman Empire fell. There's
Yeah, it all
always a
seems
day before,
peaceful.
and people think things don't end. And that's the problem. People think that their comfort will
Yeah.
always be.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So,
I think a problem too is that, like, you know, people they'll disagree in a really sort of like full on way with like the crusades of the past, while simultaneously believing that the crusade that they're on is somehow
righteous.
totally fine. Yeah, righteous and fine, and they're not, you know, they're not doing the exact same shit that,
Well,
you know,
that's
happened
how
in
they're
the
all
past, you know.
brainwashed. The greater good of humanity.
Yeah.
That's how the
Yeah.
communists are all brainwashed into it. Same with
Yeah.
the Luminous Weishaupt's
Um,
nature.
It's all communism. It goes 180. Like whether you're a
Really think
MAGA
so?
Todd or a Tommy Todd or a Mamdani Todd, it all comes 180. Like they're all the same. If you're a race hustler Todd, if you're a
Yeah.
Black Power Todd, if you're a Christian Crusader Todd, all these Todds just come around full circle. You know, it just comes right around, and
They've
they
all
don't
got
even realize
Well,
it.
yeah.
we've all got
Well,
communist characteristics, such as
Yeah.
I like the current leader, but he just said he was going to set the price of beef, and it's like that's communist shit. It's like the government shouldn't have
current
any
leader?
control. Trump, he seems like a funny
Really? Yeah.
character, but like he's doing
Yeah.
things that's helping the New World Order, but in other aspects, he's doing things against the New World Order. So it seems like a sticky situation.
It's a
It's
90-10 split. It's like Alex Jones. Like there are people who sit there. Like one of the guys in my group wrote it, like told, like kind of defended Alex Jones, and I'm like, why are you defending this pod, this fag? Like he's not going to stand up for us. I don't like these people aren't real. Like none of these people are real.
yeah,
None of them. Like they're all active. I don't care if it's Tucker Carlson. I don't care if it's Ben Shapiro.
Yeah.
I don't care
Yeah.
if it's Eric Kirk. I don't care if it's Candace Owens. They're all fake. They're not real human beings. They're not real people. They're just actors.
yeah.
And people like look at them like.
Liars.
Meanwhile, I'm like, when they come and talk about our situation, I mean, when they come and demand that we get reinstated and they do something to fight for us, I'll believe that they actually care. Other than that, they're just disinformation psyop agents.
They're all trying to troll
Okay.
for money. They're a bunch of money
That's
trolls.
like what Nick Fuentes is. He's basically a giant parody of a lot of news reporter, like, you know, news shows and stuff. He's
Well, the guy,
he's a giant.
yeah.
He's a
Well, the
giant.
guy's simultaneously an incel and a closet case. It's like it's a very fascinating phenomenon, you know.
I think he's honestly like it's sad. I view it like satire in a way. Like it's for the case of Alex Jones, I just see it as entertainment purely.
Yes.
You know, it's not like you're gonna get any sort of new, like, clear direct news information, I think, from Alex. I mean, on the offhand chance, like sometimes sure, but generally speaking, it's just entertainment purposes. He's always ringing the alarm bells and trying to like signal that there's some crazy like spiritual warfare and like, you know, yeah, and he's it's
Well,
entertainment.
you might be too young for Miss Cleo, Well, Miss Cleo was the greatest psychic on call-in TV back when we were kids. And everybody and Miss Cleo in her Jamaican accent would tell
Gotta
you
give
your
me
future.
cards, man.
Yeah, I can see the future. And it used to say right on her show, for entertainment purposes only.
Right.
There were people who took her and John Edwards from crossing over. My mom and I were watching John Edwards, and we noticed that all the people he called on were wearing red. They either
Yeah.
had like a red scarf, a red shirt, something red on them. And we're like, that's pretty interesting. And people believe that like these people, that what was that other psychic that was on, I think, not Maury Povich, one of those talk shows. I forgot her name. And she once made this claim. She got sued because she claimed that a woman's missing daughter was like dead in a river somewhere. And then they found her like 20 years later living with some dude in Kentucky. And they sued the crap out of her and like called her a fraud. And it's like, it's all, but people take this seriously. And that's exactly what I see. You know, it's
Yeah.
all just for entertainment purposes only, but there are people who believe it, you know?
Yeah, that's
Like
the
people
problem.
who think they're going to win the lotto.
When they believe
Alex,
it,
Alex
it's
Jones,
like-
he some of the products he sells, his advertisements, they're for like survival gear, you know, like food supplies.
yeah,
Like as if there's gonna be some major fallout or something.
he's just making money.
Yeah.
It's
Well,
like
yeah.
the problem is like it's like all these people, they might be saying like 80% truth or something, but like
Yeah.
the 20% that's not, the people believe it and they reason it. Somehow it reasons out in their mind, even though they don't like have evidence and
Yeah.
stuff. And then
Yeah.
then they become fanatics.
They
Well,
take
you-
things literally, everything that they see. And that's, I
Well,
think, a problem right now.
It's
Yeah,
like
well,
all
you
that
remember-
anti-Semite shit.
Yeah. Well, you remember when Alex Jones got sued and like was supposedly forced to pay like $20 trillion to the families of Sandy Hook victims, and
Yeah.
like I saw that as pure theatrics. It's
Right.
like it was an absurd number, so it made people who were like, you know, oh, the Newtown massacre, you know, it really happened. These people were saying, yeah, look at your boy Alex Jones. He had to pay $20 trillion to the families. And then the people who were conspirators were like, oh, they charged him for speaking the truth. Oh, look at how real he must be. He lost everything. He never paid anything. He's not paying any money to anybody. It made him bigger. So it's like this guy is not real. He's a total fraud.
I think he did get reprimanded, and they tried to sue him a lot. But it's unfeasible.
No, they wanted him to pay like $1 trillion, like like an absurd amount of money that they were like.
I think
No,
like
more
China
than that. It was like in the billions or trillions, I think.
I think China tried to sue some country like Russia or something for like some made up number. Like it was just like I gotta look into that. It was like some number that is just like Google, like a Google number, you know.
Yeah.
Like it was just something ridiculous, and yeah.
Yeah, no, it's all just fake. You know, it's like it's all just so like people who actually believe in the alternative media these days. It's like we were talking about it the other night. I mentioned the Hodge twins, and it's like these guys like literally make their entire career off just ripping into the black community, and it's like meanwhile they're auctioning off pickup trucks and like trips to Vegas, and it's like. Where are you? You're not an alternative media. You're the Price is Right. Like you're daytime mainstream entertainment TV. Like
yeah,
you know, you're not producing any. It's like when I always like to bring up when Tommy Sotomayor blocked me. You're not saying anything profound. There's nothing brilliant coming off of your information that you provide. All you're doing is making money off other people's misery. You know.
Yeah. Yeah, I got to go you.
Yeah, there's a lot of sort of entertainment alternative news right now. Some of it is like I don't know. I think a lot of people get their information from like Twitch streamers now. Like I don't know if you know about like Hassan Piker and Asmongold.
Yeah. I
But
hear plenty about a Snom Piker. Yeah.
they get more views than traditional media, like just like CNN, you know. They get more people watching their stuff every day or
Yeah.
views on YouTube than the old folks who cling to their TV as if it's gospel, you know, like yeah,
Yeah.
it's
I had
it's
old
weird.
clients. Like when I had my store, I had these old clients who used to tell me like, "Oh, I trust Rachel Maddow. I trust The View." And I would be like, "How old are you? 72, 69, 78?" And I would be like, just to tell, I'm like, "You're the only people watching this TV anymore. Like
Yes.
nobody watches television anymore. You're the only
Yeah.
demographic that still watches the news." And then you
Yeah.
speak to young people and you're like, "Yeah, I listen to Alex Jones and Candace Owens and Matt Walsh." And it's like, guys, like,
Asmongold,
yeah, it's
Hassan
like you're
Piker.
all watching. You guys are all watching. Like, there's no more alternative media. This is alternative media. You know, there's a few Twitter spaces you can go to where
Right.
you'll get real alternative media, and
Yeah.
those guys are not snagging the algorithm because now everything,
Yeah.
especially on the computer, is all algorithmic. Hassan
Yeah.
Piker is like, I mean, we hear about him constantly in New York because he
Right.
said
Okay.
9/11 and New York deserved
Yeah.
it.
Oh, I
But
see. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. I forgot about that. You live in New York. Yeah, that's crazy. Like, yeah.
Yeah, New York's
This
gotta suck.
yeah,
it,
unfortunately, but
it's like I couldn't even imagine. Like, couldn't have even imagined that this would have happened. You know, in the current era, that you'd have people who are morally just inverting to in their stance about something like 9/11. 9/11 was like nearly universally recognized as like a tragedy, and just
Yeah.
like, and now it's like you have people and they're like, well, actually, maybe the United States are the oppressors or something. Like their involvement with Israel, they go into this, you know, they go into this justification for 9/11, and it's just fucking wild, you
yeah,
know?
yeah, and
Like,
that's the
yeah,
thing, and that's the thing about it. It's like people, because it's like most things. I don't know if you heard me talk about, but I always say on this, I always talk about how the worst mistake we made as a society was teaching people how to read. And too many people, they think they don't critically think, they can't critically think, they can't critically
yeah,
comprehend. So they look
yeah,
for simple answers to complicated
yeah,
questions, especially
Yeah.
something like 9/11, you know? Like
yeah,
if I talk to my dad who watched the planes hit the towers, my
yes,
dad will say he saw a plane hit the tower. But then I'm like, but that's not physically possible. And my dad would be like, I saw a plane hit the tower. And I'm like, but that's not physically possible, you know? So it's like it becomes an easy answer to eat. He saw it, but it's not physically possible. So what is it? It's got to be somewhere in between or something else. You know?
okay, I definitely think 9/11 happened, like, it was physically a thing that happened, so, like, to me, hearing that, it's like, okay, why would you think
Well,
that
some people
like, why
think it
would you
was missiles that had like that the videos were altered to look like planes.
I could
Uh,
understand, like, a idea of, like, a demolition or something, or that it was maybe even staged, but I
No, it's definitely a
definitely believe
demolition.
that a building
Yeah,
planes flew into those towers,
yeah.
and
No, well,
yeah,
there was no wingspan, and the plane wouldn't get swallowed up by the building. The building wouldn't swallow up an entire airplane. That wouldn't happen. If I slammed my car into a brick wall, it didn't matter how fast I was going. It would accordion. It would become like it would smash and flatten up. It wouldn't necessarily get eaten up by the wall. And that's the thing, is like the entire plane was eaten up. A tin can flying through the air managed to completely penetrate a steel structured building. That's not physically
yeah,
possible.
that's impossible. It's like when the fuel ignited, the plane, the aluminum would have been burnt up. It would have just melted into drips. Uh,
Well, To be honest with you, the airplanes can't fly at full speed at that height, which is like airplanes are designed to fly at their top speed when they're in the thinnest part of the atmosphere, which is like what 30,000 feet up. When you're that high, you cannot fly at your full speed. The plane will start to violently shake, and pieces will just come flying off. I had an argument, and when I worked for sanitation, I had an argument with my colleagues because I'm like, it's not physically possible for planes to fly in the thickest in the thickest part of the atmosphere at full throttle because they would literally vibrate, shake, and fall apart. So he's like, no, that's not true. And he claimed he was a pilot, which wasn't true at all. He was a pathological liar. But I went on Reddit and I asked on the Reddit 9/11 if anybody can confirm that I'm right about that. And a pilot actually came on and was like, yes, you are correct. If a plane can't fly in the atmosphere, it can, this, I forgot the name, the word, the terminology, but there's a specific term for like the maximum, like the maximum speed a plane can go depending on the air, the atmosphere, the part of the atmosphere that they're in. And
Yeah.
in our atmosphere, the air is much too dense and it'll just tear a plane to pieces. You can look up video. I can't remember the word for it. There's like a French.
Yeah, okay, but I mean, there's videos all over the place of like a wrecking ball just smashing through something and almost creating a perfect sort of like cut out that, and you know, like I'd totally believe even if it wasn't going maximum velocity, like it's like I think that it's still like a it fucking happened, you know.
Something happened. I think the
Something
planes were
happened.
landed. I think if you ever listen to the other two things that were interesting were the cell phone calls, because when you listen to the cell phone calls, there's no screaming, there's no crying, everybody sounds completely normal. But the other thing is that cell phones, when you're flying, so when you have hours between, like, let's say like I'm walking down the street, right? My phone is triangulated to a tower. As I get closer, as I move further away from that tower and onto it closer to another tower, it does what's called a handoff, which means it moves me over to the next closest tower that I'm at, my signal. When you're flying that fast, that a handoff can't happen and it would drop a call. They actually, Japanese TV proved this. It would drop a call. It won't allow a cell phone call to continue when you're flying that fast. So in one of the phone calls, the woman says, hey, we're being hijacked. Something's happening. I love you. And then right at the end, before it cuts off, she whispers, it's a frame. It's a frame up. It's like she says something. I think she says, it's a frame up. And she just quickly whispers it and then it cuts out. There's no screaming. There's no crying. I think they landed the planes, executed the people on them, and I think that what the videos that we saw and what people saw, because my dad claims he saw something. I think it was like, I don't know what it was. I don't know, but I definitely know the building was like exploded. I don't even think it was nanothermite. I think it was like microwave technology, like a microwave beam, because I grew up in South Brooklyn. If you go to a map of New York City, go to Brooklyn and go all the way to the bottom, right before the Atlantic Ocean. I grew up there. And the dust from 9/11 made it across the East River, across Brooklyn, all the way to the South Brooklyn, all the way to the bottom of Brooklyn. Those buildings exploded. Those buildings exploded to an extent that I don't think anyone's ever seen before. Because we could not believe when my mom came and picked me up from school, a lot of our parents did, and the dust outside was crazy.
That was hit by the plane has just completely collapsed.
Degrees Fahrenheit.
You ever seen Loose Change?
level.
Yeah,
Since
yeah.
World War II,
I saw
and
Loose
I
Change.
worked
That was the guy
18
from
minutes apart.
Rescue
Well,
Me.
This is the first.
Prior to that,
Yeah, it's pretty good.
Off of the walls.
Yeah, but I think it was something else. Now, I don't think it was just nanothermite. I think there was nanothermite, but I think it was some kind of like something that literally just blew it up on a molecular level.
See any similarities?
Oh yeah. Well, you ever heard of the rumor from the '90s of the claim of backpack nukes?
Backpack nukes. That sounds familiar.
Oh shit! Hey, what's up?
It's Donut.
Yo, hello.
Oh, what
How'd you get the
the
link?
I saw that you shared this out to Andrew Wilson, and so I was like, I'll just hop on instead of him.
Nice. Oh yeah.
Andrew Wilson.
Yeah, I was trying to get him on.
Yeah, I don't know what y'all talking about.
9/11.
We're talking about 9/11. I
Yeah.
think the Danny and maybe even Clint, they don't seem to believe that a plane can penetrate through the building, and they're basically trying to argue against the physical event of 9/11.
The Rolls Royce engines were never found.
Yeah, that's true.
Those engines are, that's some really tough steel. I mean,
Well,
that
a
would
tin
have been the only
can.
thing that would survive.
An airplane is literally a tin can. It's smacked into a steel structured building that was designed to take the force of an airplane hitting it. They literally designed it for that because don't forget a B-52 once hit the Empire State Building. So they designed the world, and it didn't destroy it. A tin can commercial jet could not have penetrated the steel. It would have either shredded apart or it would have just slammed into it like that.
Yeah.
As far as I can say, or it would have just accordioned. But there was no wings either. The wings would have fallen off too.
I was at community service all day that day. It's fucking because I was bad.
Hope they let you go home early.
No, we had to sit there. We're listening to the radio, and it was like, I'm like, all we heard was the radio all day long on 9/11, and I'm like, picturing it in my mind and stuff, and then finally I leave and I see it on TV, and I'm like, this is not what I pictured. This. It just looked fake. I don't know. Something about it looked fake.
Well, the airplanes were definitely fake. Even the one that landed in Shanksville in Pennsylvania, there was no wings. There was no parts of an airplane. Nothing was found. No bodies were found. Nothing was found. And I think the only engine they found on 9/11 by the World Trade Center was like for a Cessna. Like it wasn't even like an engine that would fit. And also, like if a plane would have hit the building, the wings would have torn off. The wings would have fallen to the ground.
Yeah.
So what was it?
Well, that's what we're trying to figure out, because I was saying how my dad was on 23rd Street, kind of where I live now, and he says he saw a plane hit it. But I don't, but it's not physically possible. So it's got to be somewhere. I don't know if it was some kind of like a missile, maybe. I don't know. I don't know what it was. I honestly can't answer that.
In the 90s, there was allegations of backpack nukes. I think that's what it could have been, possibly.
Well, the building something had to destroy the steel structure of the building in order to collapse it. That we know. The question becomes what hit it originally? What caused, some people say nothing hit the building, because if you watch it, the building just kind of explodes outwards when the plane hits it, which once again would not happen. So the question is like, what I try to figure out is, what did my dad see? I haven't really asked other people who might have seen it.
You remember that eyewitness that was a taxi driver at the Pentagon or some shit? For his first eyewitness testimony, he said he's seen a missile. The second eyewitness testimony, he said he changed his opinion, said he's seen a plane.
I was subscribed to the Jordan Maxwell research, and he showed image of where the Pentagon was, and then he showed an image of how big that plane was.
Mhm.
And it's huge, right? It's a huge thing, and that there's no security footage, and there's like no track marks
Yeah.
of the plane, like a landing and going into it, and so that was his conclusion with it, that it was a missile. But
Yeah.
so so you think it was like a missile that was like maybe like an empty kind of plane, but it was a missile like a
Well, no,
plane.
there's well, I think it was loose change or something. They point out that part where it hit or whatever, it was that was the one part where it was heavily protected or something, but also ironically had some kind of files that they say
The
burnt up.
$10 trillion that Rumsfeld was looking for, yeah, or something
Yeah,
like that,
conveniently.
$10 trillion. Well, they also deleted footage from the security footage. Like when you watch the security footage of whatever hit the World Trade Center, or whatever hit the Pentagon, it actually there's like a bunch of frames that were deleted from the footage that's been made public. They don't show you the full image. But another thing is, if an airplane was flying that low, it would have knocked over trees. It would have
Yeah.
knocked over poles. It would have like and once again, going back to my original point about the physics of flying an airplane in the thick air of our atmosphere, it would have fallen apart.
Yeah, one wing nick and it would have probably went down.
It would have shook violently and just collapsed.
See, the thing is like I actually still believe like the general 9/11 narrative. I feel like you're trying to, instead of trying to explain the empirical testimonies and all of that, the footage and everything, it's like you're trying to
Well, it's about the
have
airplane physics. It's like the
Yeah.
turn that they made. That it's an impossible turn.
Being
Nobody
banked,
could.
yeah.
Nobody could have made a plane turn like that. It's impossible. Take any flight simulator or anything. You can't
Yeah.
make a plane turn like that. It's that big.
Yeah. But also the thing with 9/11 is the fact that what it goes back to at the end of the day is how the buildings collapse. Besides Building 7, which we all know, but but the way that physics works, the only way if the pancake effect would have actually happened, a floor by floor pancake effect, then there would still be 16 steel structures standing up where the World Trade Center would have been, because the building was basically in 16 steel structures with the floors attached to them. So if it pancaked down, which of course which is not physically possible either, then those steel structures would still be intact. The fact that they're not shows that those had to have gone.
Yeah.
And even if like the top would have, let's say the top exploded and it pancaked down, when it ran out of force, it would have stopped. It would not have pancaked all the way down to the ground. So that's not possible either. That's another
Yeah.
thing, you know.
Because they claim that they built this steel thinner and thinner all the way to the top, and that that if the floors couldn't pancake,
No.
according to their.
Even if the floors pancaked, then it would have run out of force at some point and stopped. Probably about less than 3/4 of the way. It wouldn't have just continued. The only way that it would have been able to continue collapsing is if the steel beams below each floor were getting blown out, which would then give it, which I don't believe in gravity, but let's use the word anyway, would allow gravity to pull everything down, which is how a demolition takes place. It couldn't have, if the steel structures and then if we go with the pancake theory and say that that each floor pancaked down, those steel structures would still be intact. If you look at the remnants of the steel structures, they have the steel beams, they have these curves like this on the edges of them. And when you plant nanothermite, you plant it at an angle, and which leaves those distinct marks, because what happens is it blows outward, but in order for it to fall in on its own footprint, it can't. If you blow it outward, then it's going to pancake down and fall on top of the next one. If you do it the other way, where you point it downwards and out, it collapses in on itself, which leads to a clean pile. which is what 9/11, which is what the World Trade Center
Plus-
turned into. Both
Plus,
buildings.
the firefighters reported explosions from the
Yeah.
basement.
Yeah.
They said,
Witnesses did too. Yeah.
yeah, they got the hell out of the building because they thought the building was going down way before it ever went down because of the
Yeah.
explosions in the basement that are totally inexplicable.
Yeah, that's true too. They heard the explosions. A lot of people heard explosions. And that would have been set on the steel beams.
Yeah,
And been on both buildings. The first time in history a building has ever collapsed due to fire. That's steel structured buildings. And we've had buildings that have burned way longer, way hotter, and way more intense. And they never collapse like that. And once
Yeah.
again, even if they would, it wouldn't collapse all the way down unless it was a free fall. The World Trade Centers fell, both buildings fell at near free fall speed. That means that there was nothing in its way. It was completely unobstructed and they just collapsed. They just went
Yeah.
straight down.
yeah, I think Building 7 did as well.
Yeah. Well, Building
It-
7 clearly
yeah.
did. Yeah.
Maybe
Sorry.
it's in the integrity of the building, honestly. Like maybe it wasn't built as
Well, think
That's
of the
properly-
odds, though. Think of the
Yeah.
statistics. It's like
Well,
3
yeah.
buildings fall at free
More than
fall
3.
speed and crumble into dust.
Well, with Building 7, you have to remember the BBC. When the BBC reported that Building 7 fell 20 minutes before it did, and it was shown on the BBC newscast. So that was weird. But if you watch Building 7 collapse, watch the middle of the building and it buckles in and then falls. That's an obvious demolition.
Yeah.
When that happened, I was in middle school, 7th grade or 8th grade.
Mhm.
And the 3 strangest things was when I went downstairs, my dad was at home. And he's never at home. He's always working. But he stayed home that day and he's watching the TV. And just because of like, I already knew about stuff going on in the Middle East, that didn't surprise me as much as it did with like my friends because I already knew about all the terror and stuff
okay.
and all that. So
Yeah.
Yeah.
I go to school. Well, I go to school and I was talking about Building 7 as an 8th grader, asking everybody, like, why did this one fall down? And the school was empty. It was just me and maybe like 2 other people. And we were just watching it on the television. And what everyone told me was, oh, it was because it was so hot there. But as an 8th grader, I was already questioning this. And it surprises me that people like Tucker Carlson or just like really older people or whatever just learned about this like a year or 2 ago. That's the weirdest thing ever. Like they've never heard of it. Like that is a strange thing. That's one of the strangest things with the whole thing was Building 7.
Yeah.
Well,
Building 7 is
I can
why
tell
they
you
try
why
to keep the whole story.
Well, we're all smarter than that. That's why they haven't heard of it.
Well, don't forget, Tucker Carlson was a Mossad agent for many years while he wore the red string around his arm, so he couldn't talk about those things, right?
Yeah. I think he fake wore the string or something.
Yeah, Tucker is like Mockingbird 2.0. I guess he was part of the Pilgrim Society, which I don't know much about.
Yeah.
And now he's just like funded by Qatar, I think, or that's at least what I see in here.
He's funded by Intel. Well, people as all the shit that he talked about the Bidens, and he went to Joe Biden to try to help him, to ask the Bidens for help getting his son into Georgetown.
Oh, the Jesuit Georgetown?
Jesuit Georgetown. Wow.
The Bulldogs. Isn't that what their logo? Just like the British Bulldog?
Yeah. Yeah, no, he's a shill. They all are shills. That's what we were talking about early on. We were just talking about how all of alternative media, for the most part, is shills. That people actually believe Alex Jones is a real person.
The alternative media, it's so funny how they're the most mainstream. So like Joe Rogan is the number one mainstream podcast in the world, the number one podcast interviewing Elon Musk to the president of the United States. It's the mainstream. It's the most mainstream, most viewed, but it's the alternative. So the whole collective ratio
Yeah.
thinks that they are alternative. And so there's no
Yeah.
wisdom whatsoever in the populace.
Really, Joe Rogan, kind of like the meta, or like the mainstream, the staple, where the news media that people grew up with, the television news, that's actually the fringes, and people haven't realized that there's been a shift in the way that most people actually get their news now. They're not getting it from the TV; they're getting it from fucking Asmongold and Hassan Piker and Joe Rogan.
Well, did you see the Secret Sun Speaks shared a picture of Hassan Piker, who I believe is this big socialist? I don't know too much about him, but I guess he's the son of or the nephew of Zenk
Sinar or something.
Yeah, and
Shanky
his name, the guy shared it. His name's Hassan or something like that. Hassan Albert Piker.
Really?
Albert Piker. And
Did
he's
you see
got
that
a mix-
picture of him recently with his hidden hand?
Yes.
He's doing a hidden hand thing recently.
And he's got a Masonic ring on.
He dresses as Mao Zedong.
What kind of
his
ring?
name's Albert Piker. And he like electrocutes dogs.
Was it a blue lodge or red lodge or?
It was a quick
I didn't
look. I didn't get a look into it, but
Yeah.
I thought it was interesting.
I did a little write up on Reddit on Jesuit World Order 2 about Mom Donnie's connections to the Jesuits, and because he's pretty tied in, and he's connected to Pica and everything, and they're all shillbots. But a lot of it seems to be coming out of Columbia University. I got to get my butt doing a little bit more research because I've done a little bit on it already. But Columbia University is like the center of like the hub of all of this intel socialism shit, and it's
The
definitely
Colombian
connected to the what?
I'm sorry. The
No,
Colombian faction of the Illuminati.
That makes sense. Well, Columbia isn't she like the light? Isn't she like the Lord, like the goddess of light or something, of illumination?
Yeah,
So
it's
that-
Diana. Same thing as ISIS, Astarte. It's all the same.
Yeah, so it's
Same.
Columbia University because Columbia University, all of these, especially here in New York. I don't know how it is in other places, but at least in New York, all these crazy psycho communist, socialist, Catholic nutballs are all coming out of Columbia. They're either connected to Columbia one way or another, or they're coming straight out of Columbia. The only
Are
one
you
who
talking
isn't
about
is
Columbia University or like the
Columbia
Yeah.
University? Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
It's the only one who isn't is Mom Donnie, but his dad is a professor and came to the United States through a CIA operation. But the only reason you can tell Mom Donnie's a retard because like his dad is a tenured professor at Columbia University, and it's like, yo, give my son a seat in a classroom, and they were like, no, he's too dumb. Go to Bowdoin. So they sent him to Bowdoin because he was literally too dumb for his dad to get him a place there. Like even George Bush Sr. got George Bush Jr. into Yale, and that guy choked on a pretzel. So you can tell Mom Donnie's completely like semi-retarded, even though it's an oxymoron. But
But
You
his
remember
dad-
that? You remember the George Bush Sr. when he was in Japan or something and puked on
When he
the
puked.
emperor or something?
yeah,
Oh, I had another Illuminati toilet thing for you, but I forgot what it was.
Well, so the oh really? I love them toilets. Toilets. The TLC. There's a secret track on their "Sexy Interlude" on TLC's like hit album. And she's on the toilet talking to Puff Daddy and asking for toilet paper. I thought it was just kind of weird. But the whole socialist thing is a huge connection that Jordan Maxwell would talk about and connect a lot of dots, and people really like dismiss most of his information just because he got a lot of weird stuff wrong, or they dismiss everything. But he was connecting a lot with the world communism to New York, and what we're seeing with Mamdani in New York, how it is like the New York of like the Roman Empire, York.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So he connected a lot of dots, and he even was sharing some Webster Tarpley slides showing the importance to certain dates, like September 10th, the day before 9/11, is when Charlie Kirk was assassinated.
Yeah.
So
Whoa.
I think there's this window, uh, and he was connecting it to Benjamin Disraeli a little bit. Well, not him, but Webster Tarpley from the Webster Dictionary family. And not that these people get everything correct at all. I disagree with, but people throw away everything. They throw the baby out with the bathwater.
Yeah.
But the socialist connection through the symbols and the
Yeah.
dates and all this, and
Oh,
even
yeah.
the words and
Even
the
the
call.
people.
And
Do you remember what I was saying about Albert Pike and Eliphas Levi and his cohort, Simon Gnu, and the other lady that was some kind of feminist or something in France? They were all socialists. It's
Mhm.
like, what is Pike, the war Confederate war general slash possible KKK founder slash slave owner, being friends with Eliphas Levi and his ultra socialist hipster bunch?
That's what I think communism and socialism are like. I think they've discovered to be the most efficient form of Illuminism. And I
Yeah.
think that, they find that it's a lot easier to play on people's fake altruism than it is to get people. I think now they're playing both sides. Like, 'cause they're playing the side that gets people riled up and hateful, Illuminist side, and then they're playing on the altruistic side of, oh, we want to save everybody and the rapey African migrants and yada yada yada. But I think socialism, especially for young people, which is where all these revolutions start with young people at universities, I think it's like the ultimate, like, easiest and most efficient way to like illuminize people, because that's what
Mhm.
Illuminism is. It's
Yeah.
like the metaphysical form of Freemasonry.
Mhm.
Yeah, it's Freemasonry without God.
It's
Where
well,
man is
Freemasonry
God.
without physical building. It's not rebuilding on the earth. It's rebuilding man into, like, God built the earth, we build on the earth, which is Freemasonry. God made man, we rebuild man. That's Illuminism. That's Illuminati.
Oh, I see what you're
That's
saying.
how I see it. I actually just screenshotted a
Yeah.
book. I gotta remember. I have to send you a.
Yeah, they would make true followers through reason alone. But
Yeah,
false reason.
the whole socialist symbolism with the colleges is wild. Learning about all the different symbols that they use, and then you see all those same symbols used today at all the protests and all this, and it's
Yep.
all coming from the college kids that are being funded by foreign governments and all that is manipulating the minds. It's so fascinating,
Yeah.
and it's really it breaks through so much. Like it uncovers so much of what's going on in the world, and the collective ratio is now online, and people actually think it's a good thing to be ratioed, which is the group think, which is the collective. And the
Yeah.
collective,
Yeah.
according to Gustav Le Bon, who wrote about the psychology of socialism, leans socialist. So the collective societies, they want to be in the crowd mentality.
Yeah.
And this is why like stuff like that, even the AI doesn't well, if you ask AI about this, it'll say this is
Yeah.
outdated, this thinking's outdated.
Yeah. Well, that's the
Yeah.
thing. That's why a lot of it. Years ago, I was out on an injury from work, and I was stuck at home, and I was watching a lot of YouTube, and it was, and I really went deep into the weeds, and I found 60 Minutes Australia. For like a week straight, I was nothing. I was watching 60 Minutes Australia. And one of the episodes that they had, I gosh, should we find this? It was all about how China was infiltrating Australia. And the way that they would do it was one through local government. They wouldn't go for like president or prime minister or the minister of whatever. They would go for like council members, mayors. They would infiltrate through them very openly. And then they would go through college campuses. They would be like, we're gonna fund a university a program. They put a lot of bells and whistles. It becomes very popular. Now the university wants to keep it. So it's like, oh, you want to keep it? Well, now you got to do what we tell you to do. Stop talking crap about China. Stop talking about Taiwan. Stop talking about free Tibet. And I noticed that seems to be, this was back in like the 2016, 2017. I was out on an injury. It's 18, 2000. I was off probation. So it seems like they've expanded that. They were using that as like a dry run, and then they brought it here. And that seems to be like a lot of people, I don't know if you live in college towns, but a lot of these activists are all Chinese. There's a lot of like Chinese kids, because like a lot of the best schools, like NYU, which is all Chinese now.
Like all these people come from other countries that are socialists and communists, and then they try to force their socialism and communism here. That's why they were all imported.
Well, they're straight up agents. They're straight up coming here with that purpose. They're like, you go out to the United States, you go to NYU, you go to Pace University, you go to any of these schools, you join activist groups, you get into activism. I had to go do a delivery a couple of weeks ago to a film studio, and out front, I guess they were protesting. It was like a protest for something to do with whatever, Palestine or whatever. All the protesters were young and Chinese. I swear to you, they barely even spoke English. They're like, the woman held the door for me, so I was like, oh, thank you. And she handed me a paper, so I took it and then just tossed it in my van somewhere. But
Chi-chi?
Was it?
It's Chinese. What that's a knee?
But a lot of these universities, especially like the good schools, have a really high, the elite of these societies are able to come to the United States and afford. How does a communist country like China, how does an average Chinese person coming from a communist country able to afford to come to NYU, able to afford to come to Columbia? How? It's not possible. It's the only way is if they're being funded to get here.
They're probably spies.
Yeah. No, you're absolutely, it's exactly what it is. It's all spies.
Yeah, one of the estimates on one of the AIs, I think it was Grok, so there was an estimated 50,000 Chinese spies in the United States currently.
When they come over, there were Chinese people coming over the Mexican border. When the Chinese would go over the Mexican border with the Ecuadorians and Indians and the Africans, the Chinese were split off in a different direction. And one of the things, I don't know how it is by you, but out here in New York, if you live in a rural part, like, well, what we consider rural, like Staten Island, if you're familiar with Staten Island in New York City, it's one of the 5 boroughs, but it's mostly like a bedroom community with like houses and backyards. So if you live in these neighborhoods, one day you'll get a knock at your door from a recently arrived OTB Chinese guy who's going to say, I will buy your house for cash at value. So a lot of people, even if you're not selling, you're like, well, that's a good deal. Why the hell not? You take the deal. Somebody else comes to sign for it. Somebody else comes to live in it. And this is not just like here. My friend in Holland, when he was selling his snack bar, which was like the local Dutch fast food place, like it would be like they would serve like local Dutch fast food products. He had 5 options to sell. 1 Dutchman who he would have to negotiate with, and 4 Chinese immigrants with cash. And they're literally buying everything, like everything. And where are they getting this money from? Where did the communist country full of peasants getting this money from?
It'd be a shame if somebody let all the gangsters know who those people are running around with all that cash.
Probably scared of them. Here in New York, they just got caught because they got caught. Winnie Greco got caught in the New York City government as a Chinese agent. The governor, that Jesuit witch Hochul, just had got caught with a Chinese operative in her government. Nobody gets in trouble. And the Chinese mafia gets away with murder, like in New York. Like, I don't know if you heard about that Nick Shirley thing, which I don't trust Nick Shirley 100%, but whatever, where they exposed that Medicare fraud going on here, like billions of dollars in Medicare fraud to Chinese adult daycare centers that was literally just being pissed away. They never got in trouble for it. If you ever go watch what goes on Canal Street with the Africans selling the fake merchandise, and the cops will come and they'll arrest the Africans, and everyone makes a big deal about the Africans, but there's never an attempt to get to the Chinese mafia who's making all these fake Versace bags, who's making all these fake Louis Vuitton bags, who's making all these fake Chanel glasses. They never go after them. They only go after the Africans on the street. It's they're literally getting away with. That's why I do kind of believe in the Red Green Alliance to some extent. But communism and Baathism, there's always been like a socialist side of like Islamic governments, like Baathism and stuff. So it's natural that or whatever. Yeah, sorry.
Well, that's the symbols at the protest, right? Is the Baathism symbol, the socialist symbol, I believe, right? Like when you look,
Baathism is pan-Arab socialist. It is a socialist.
Yeah. So that the symbol of that is what's at all the protests, is the symbol of the socialist stuff. So like when you follow all the symbols, it all leads to like socialist symbols.
Yeah, I think the Nazis are practicing racial socialism, and that somehow the Islams were in on it, and so were the Christian identity, which is Aryan race shit, and that I mean, I think that's why Oklahoma City happened. I think that it was like a British Islamic thing, and that that McVeigh character was with Christian identity people, and his roommate was a Nazi or some shit from Germany,
which is like a socialist.
Yeah, the racial social. Because if you ask Grok,
symbols,
if you ask Grok, what did Schittler believe in his own words? What did he say his socialism was? And it'll tell you that it was racial socialism.
Yeah, well, that was why World War II, with the Soviet Union, it was just fighting Nazi Germany. It was literally socialism, one form of socialism fighting another form of socialism. But just a quick thing, because I wanted to confirm this, and I'm right. The symbol of Baathism, of the Arab revolt, is the Palestinian flag.
Yeah, it's a socialist flag.
Yeah, it's the socialist Baathism. And that's also the symbol of Jordan. Jordan, I think, it adds a little nook in the middle. But it's literally like the symbol of Jordan. It's the flag of Jordan also. And Jordan is supposed... I didn't know if Jordan's Baptist. I think I don't know. It's not an Islamic republic. Let me see
it's just all these symbols, like, break it all down of what's going on with the whole universal socialism. And it could be on the left or the right. It all leads to the same thing, whether that's fascism, communism. So it's all about control.
Yeah. Yeah, it seemed like the crown had some involvement with Selassie, which I believe is why the modern times Ethiopians seem to be going everywhere. Part of the racial socialism. Same with the Islams. It's like they're all sorts of countries, England and America and Canada and stuff, that the Arabs are being treated differently, being treated better in courts and stuff. They're not getting as heavily penalties. They're not, they're getting all.
It's racist to send them to jail, basically, like for committing crimes. Is that
well, that's the thing, though. I think it all fits to this racial socialism that they're doing. It's like
and also with that chick, right, that got arrested, and they raised $1 million for her, and she like killed like her 3 kids.
Oh, that Clancy woman.
Yeah, I'm sure there's like a connection to all of this with that too.
Socialism.
Like, well, just the way that the the state works. You know.
Yeah, they're gonna try to
Yeah.
say that the state
It's
needs more
definitely a
intervention.
eugenics. There's like a eugenics thing in it because there's like those women who are protesting. Like recently, the Jesuit state of Massachusetts just legalized abortion up until birth. And now there's
Nice.
people saying that you should be allowed to murder your children um, even after birth because it's your right to do that. And it's all eugenics. It's all like Nazi eugenics. It's all Sangerian, I guess you could call it Margaret Sangerian
Yeah.
eugenics. And
Yeah.
that's also like what socialism pushes. Socialism and fascism all have to do with forms of population control, you know?
And it
Yeah.
straight ties into the technocracy as well. Thinking more futuristically with transhumanism, Julian Huxley, who coined the term transhumanist, the British eugenist, and the secret societies. I mean, it's so nuts. But the whole technocracy system is like a socialist system.
Yeah. Well,
Yeah.
at the end of the day, that's what they want. They like. I remember if you remember that movie, The Zeitgeist, from years ago.
Yeah. That's
Yeah.
where I learned about Jordan Maxwell.
Oh,
Yeah.
really?
Yeah, the Zeitgeist film. But
Yeah.
they were pushing the same socialist stuff in the second one. I heard
Oh, addendum or whatever.
something like that.
Yeah,
and I think they were
that's the
talking
third
about
one.
I think they were talking about the sewer system and the toilets in that one too.
Oh, I mean, it is true. I mean, I sent you the thing. That's why the Jesuit symbol upside down is shit because that's where they operate. If you operate in like
Oh yeah.
the bottom, the sewer of society, you get the most information.
Hmm.
Garbage, sewers, death. You know, like any place that has to do with like the bottom of society, of the bottom of a society, is where you get the most information from people. People, especially about mass groups of people. That's why years ago, when they wanted to try to push that, there was a measles outbreak in Rockland County in upstate New York. They were saying that they were testing the sewer water and that they found measles in it. And people were like, "Well, wait a second. If people are getting the measles vaccine, they're gonna have the what's the word I'm looking for? I'm thinking isomers, but that's from cannabis. They're gonna have like the tracks. They're gonna have like the traces of measles in them, which will get caught in the sewer system and show measles. But they literally test the waters and they literally So yeah,
There was
there's a lot
a
of information and shit.
there was a landfill test in the 90s where they did a core sample of a landfill and it tested positive for AIDS.
But the sewer surveillance is what I've been studying for a while, like with the toilet stuff. And I do my best to like stretch as much as possible. And I think through my imagination and stretching is that with our gut and our gut feelings, which is like the most ancient stuff with our intuition, that for some reason they'll be able somehow scientifically in the sewer system collecting all that, logging the logs and the data dumps and all that.
The logs.
They'll be able to see a society, how their intuition, like, or their anxiety or their feelings and all that. I think that there's a way through that. But I don't know, maybe I'm totally
It's
wrong.
possible. I mean, like the serotonin and stuff is made in the gut.
Yeah.
So people think that the mind is in the gut.
Yeah.
The bacteria affects how you even think. Like, you know, it's a lot of things like depression, a lot of your brain hormone, like the hormones, like serotonin and dopamine, are created in the gut. Something like that, you know.
Oh yeah.
You ever watch The Sopranos when the episode where Tony kills Pussy Bumpin' Sarah and he has food poisoning? He eats at the Indian restaurant and then he wakes up in the middle of the night and he starts saying all these like really depressing things and he's like, I want to kill myself. My life is terrible. I'm like, you know, and he's like, and then he's like, wait a second, I'm not depressed. I'm sick. And then he runs to the bathroom and shoots his guts out.
Oh,
Yeah.
that's funny.
That's a
Yeah.
good,
You know, you know how you could talk to plants and it helps them grow and they know even our own intentions in a sense with the
Yeah.
plants like way of having their own kind of thinking or the way they operate. So if you can talk to plants, can you also talk to like the microbiome of yourself or even other people? Like I was at the gym. I have friends who are really into detoxing and like fasting and like getting rid of all that stuff. And I was like thinking, I was like, what if like you could communicate like you do with plants? I know it sounds weird, but what if you could communicate with the microbiome, not just yourself, but other people in the area? I like, I don't know. I feel, what's your thoughts on
Okay.
that? I know it's an out there thing, but
So I've speculated that the you know that pluribus show, it's like a virus, but then they get the consciousness. I've
yes.
speculated it could be some kind of fungus or something, like mold or something.
Is
Uh,
this that virus
like,
going around now or something else?
well, like mold is very
Oh,
mold can evolve very fast, like in that it can't be seen. It's not really tested for. Ancient humans would have been constantly living around a fire where mold couldn't exist, and that in modern times we don't live around fire, and that where I mean, like in the Amazon jungle, like they considered like diseases, bacteria, and viruses and stuff. You know, they considered it like a demon, and that you know, like the mold could be considered similarly like a demon or some sort of spiritual. I mean, it has. I mean, they took E. coli and programmed it to do an equation. Uh, they basically turned the E. coli into like a very slow computing device, and then they completed the burnt pancake equation. And
oh
so,
wow.
like,
I
it
gotta
is
look this
strange.
up. I gotta research that. That's wild.
You
Yeah,
can do that with water too.
well, the
Yeah.
burnt pancake equation was something that I learned about in the '90s, and like, if you solved that equation or a number of other ones, you could have gotten a lifetime scholarship for math. And so I was trying to solve them, but like, nobody had touched the burnt pancake equation, and then they solved it with E. coli.
So it's kind of got it. So like that's so interesting because it's sort of like the octopus Paul, how he could predict the different games of soccer matches. So he's like solving and as well. Or the yeah, that's interesting. I'm gonna look into this. This is super interesting right now.
Yeah,
Bacteria pancakes.
yeah, it's like they solved it kind of like with iterations of what the hell is that old timey computer or I might be thinking of.
I
Well,
wonder why
it's
they do it
interesting.
with the E. coli because right now the AI is solving problems with the E. coli as well. I read an article last month about uh, the AI is developing its own E. coli or something like that to solve something. Not like a
That's
math
okay.
problem or anything, but like it's AI is developing its own type of E. coli.
Yeah, that's the
Yeah.
last thing we need is AI to make some kind of a coli.
Yeah, I read that last couple of weeks, like maybe a couple of weeks ago.
I know that they've developed like mazes with certain mycelial networks that are able to navigate through a maze and find a pathway to and
Yeah,
yeah,
yeah, I've
like
seen
solve a
those.
problem. Yeah.
Well, the mycelium's alive. It's some kind of ancient being that's can only be communicated with through ingestion of it. the I mean, it's like so imagine you're a fungus, like or you're a mushroom, and that you've spread your spores all across the universe to different planets and
Yeah.
stuff, and that every habitable planet may have some form of mushroom species. But so the mushroom species is like it acts as a whole. It's like a it's like a I mean it's literally like tissue of brain cultures. Like the mycelia network, it's all brain tissue basically. That uh, and that the so then imagine that you've lived forever. You've been on all these planets, and that on
Yeah.
some of the planets, an asteroid hit or some kind of catastrophic thing happened and wiped the planet out, and that so the mushroom itself would have had like all this trauma, some kind of post traumatic stress from having pieces of itself deleted, basically, and that it seems as though the ghost of the mushroom has went insane over time.
Yeah, it's gone through the MK Ultra trauma.
Yeah, it's and so now people are like taking the mushrooms, and you don't know what kind of ride you're gonna get. Like it's been, yeah. I mean, like I don't know. It's uh yeah the
Well, okay. I believe in like the panspermia idea of like the stoned ape theory, where the like you say, it's pretty much like it's gathered intelligence, and it's something that's seeded onto Earth and different planets all throughout the universe. That's what I kind of think of it as, and like it's gonna have its collective experience, and like when you take something like mushrooms, it might not talk to you through like a language, but it can speak to you through by giving you an experience. And that's kind of like I think there is an intelligence there that people can like interface with. Um
no,
I
well,
don't
I heard
know.
it speaking English.
Yeah, I I felt it communicate to me through like almost like a telepathy, or like
Yeah,
a like
like thought sharing.
like through like a telepathy, but like with emotion, and like um I don't know, it's hard to kind of explain, but yeah, it's like a knowing, it's like it's just a strange thing that you just don't experience in everyday life. It's
Well,
like
it's
you
like
recognize something is there, like a presence, like someone is like standing there, it's like the same thing, but it's
it's like
just like a
the mushroom lives in a symbiosis when it's ingested.
yeah,
Like it's it has a sixth sense or even a seventh or eighth, and that you have five
yeah,
senses, and that when you ingest it, it lodges itself in your neuroreceptors like a plug-in on a computer or something
yeah,
like a thumb drive, and then you experience the sixth sense phenomenon at a very high rate. That's why it also seems so funny when you take them, because it's like you're experiencing all sorts of uh, senses that you've never experienced, that you
yeah,
can uh, and like visually speaking, uh, like I've tripped and seen the bats. You could see the echo that was coming out of their mouth. You could see it.
yeah,
Uh,
yeah. When I one of the trips, I could actually see the mycelial network in the air. Like it was almost like a substrate. Like how like you can see water, like in a way, like if you're underwater, you can kind of see that there's a density to the space that the water is occupying, if that makes any sense. Like you can see that there's a density to it, to where air is like lower density. I could see
yeah.
that there's a density to the air, and
Did you
that it
see
was
something
like
like this?
no, not Not really, honestly, but I do like it. Maybe like a close eye visual thing. You see kind of like a um
Hmm.
lines of light and neon sort of lights and um
Yeah, it's like the fabric
yeah.
of the universe. Uh,
For me, it's kind of like imagine there's a sheet over your eyes, a black sheet, and then you're poking holes through it, and you can see the light onto the other side. And it's like that recognition that there's like something beyond that you know, and
If the
it's like
doors
it's
of
almost like a
perception,
light show. What?
oh, if the doors of perception were cleansed, man would see things as it is, infinite.
hmm.
That's what made us Adolf Huxley.
Yeah, yeah,
The origin of the doors, what the doors band means, and that's about psychedelics. Where
yeah,
when
Yeah,
you take, like when you eat mushrooms and you can see like everything. Like you
yeah.
can kind of see just I don't know. I don't know how to
Well,
explain it.
it's weird, kind of jumping subjects here, but since we're talking about the Doors, the lead singer,
Jim
uh,
Morrison.
yeah, he alleged that he's seen some kind of Native Americans get killed or something, and that that one of their spirits incarnated into his body. But people in his family and stuff testified that no such thing ever happened, and that it seems like there's some kind of cult that goes around and uh, they say that they have a Native American spirit invoked into their body or something. It's like one of the MOs of certain types of cults to uh, it's very bizarre.
Indians gathered on Dawn's highway, bleeding. Ghosts crowd the young child's fragile eggshell mind. We have
Because
assembled
like
behind this ancient and insane theater to propagate our lust for life and flee the swarming wisdom of the streets. That's what you're talking about. Yeah, that's the Doors. But yeah,
right.
he
Well,
claims
so
he
like
took a Native American car crash. Yeah, sorry.
so there was his hairdresser was a lady that was or a dude or lady, I don't remember which, but it was literally at the Sharon Tate house when the murder took place and was murdered, and that there was some kind of weird connection with where the hell's JJ when you I can't remember all this process type stuff. The but like it's like this process thing. It's like a new ring of satanic stuff where it's like that thing about where they're like invoking a spirit or something of a Native American, and there's other weird MOs to it where it's like it's like a type of spiritualism, uh, but it's more it's more surrealism in the esoteric sense, and that it seems like there's some very dark stuff that's associated with it.
You know, Jim
Uh,
Morrison's dad was a naval intelligence officer.
yeah,
You know, so this
he's
probably,
also
Hmm?
he's also a 33rd degree Mason as well.
Jim Morrison's dad, James Morrison Sr.
Yeah,
Wow.
it's an interesting
Well, you know that
saga.
lady that just passed away, the celebrity, Hayden. She was in the show Heroes. Her brother, there's a big famous celebrity, and she just recently passed away. And there's like a lot of talk about it.
Yeah.
Her brother passed away as well, like right before that. And
Mhm.
the last picture that she posted with him before that happened, he's wearing a Doors T-shirt,
Oh,
and I do believe that there's symbolism going on with this kind of high profile type ritual sacrifice stuff, especially with the Doors, because that was named after the Aldous Huxley, The Doors of Perception book. And it all kind of ties into a lot of, it's like some memory stuff. I'm reading the book by Dan Brown, The Secret of Secrets, right now.
mhm.
And it goes into memories, and Ariana Grande's concert and videos are about erasing her memories. I don't know. It's just
Hmm.
there's something going on with memories. Like you got the Mandela effect. All the people that are doing the scrolling, the doom scrolling, it's literally affecting their ability to have memories. And so I think that there's something with all this stuff. There's something there.
Yeah, psychologically, I think you're onto some
Yeah, I think so.
loss of memories. That's interesting because I mean it's crazy how people are all like they're all so 10 seconds. They're all everything is just so quick that
Well, you know how we have to remember a code to log in, and then you get a text, and it gives you like a 6-digit code.
yeah.
And like sometimes it's difficult to remember only those 6 numbers when they pop up. And it's like, I don't know what's going on. Something's going on.
Oh yeah.
Well, don't forget, history went from people memorizing, before they could write, they had to memorize everything, and then it suddenly just cut off. And now people don't memorize anything. People don't remember anything. People have just, especially the younger generation of kids, like they don't remember phone numbers. Like I'm sure you remember phone numbers of like your best friend when you were a kid and your
I still know my friend's number like in my head.
yeah, me
Yeah.
too. I still remember my our car's first license plate number. I know I know my bank. I memorized my bank account information. The only thing I got to start memorizing is my credit card. But like nobody memorizes anymore. Like memory, and when memory gets shot, I think it's more easily like it makes you more malleable because then people can say, "Oh, this is what happened," and you're like, "Oh yeah, that's what happened."
And that's what gaslighting is too.
Yeah.
So like you can get gaslit by a whole system. And what I bought these. These are pretty cool. These are like this. You sleep with them, right?
Yeah.
Like it blocks out all the light.
Hmm.
But I could do some astral traveling and communicate with the dolphins, like one of them tanks. You know them tanks that they go into. John C. Lilly.
Yeah.
Talk to the dolphins.
Some John C. Lilly.
I'm gonna do that
Yeah.
with these. Like I'm going.
Really?
I canceled all my memberships to except for the new It's Sunny. They released the new season, so I'll watch that. But I'm going to just do this and see where I go.
I actually have a pair of mindful glasses that are kind of like that. It's like something Alex Gray designed. I have it somewhere around here.
Aren't they cool looking?
Out.
Aren't these
Yeah.
sick?
Yeah.
These look like
They're like
riffraff glasses.
That
sensory
riffraff.
deprivation.
I'll start doing podcasts with them on too.
Tiptoeing with my Jordans.
They look like VR goggles, kind of.
So Riff Raff's newest album, Neon in Hong Kong.
Yeah.
I think it's his masterpiece.
I actually really liked his he had an album that
He
was
plays
like
Magic
Chop
on the
Not
screen.
Slop, where it was like all like slowed down and trippy and like repetitive, like where it's just repeating the same
That Chopped and Screwed.
Yeah, Chopped and Screwed. I really love. He is really
sorry.
funny, spacey.
There's
Someone
a
in
magic
chat.
set that came out a few years ago called Neon Dynasty. I wonder if Riff Raff plays Magic.
Clint, oh my God, Clint! I want to get into Magic cards. Like I want to start getting.
My friend is a master at it. He goes to the tournaments and wins. And he practices at home. And then
Clint gave me a bunch of cards, but I don't know what
good.
happened with them. Honestly.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Did you see the Odyssey movie?
No.
Okay, so
I forgot
they
to watch
talk about I could show something cool that I found. I could share my
Push
screen.
the button.
Hit that like button.
No, I meant push the button as in do it.
I found something crazy because I just did a podcast before I came on here. You know the Tubi? Okay, you got to pull it up. You know, this is like on everybody's television wallpaper.
Yeah,
Everywhere. Everyone's
I've seen it.
looking at this, right? It's
What
like a
is
weird.
this?
This is on your TV for Tubi. So every television has this as a screensaver, pretty much all over America, probably even in other countries. And so
Never
this is
seen
like, I mean, if you go to like a bar or a restaurant and their TV just goes to a screensaver mode, this will pop up. So this is absolutely there for everyone to see. And I've been decoding it and looking into what kind of symbols there is. And there's two cool ones I found. One, there's first when I brought up this is the Aket, where it's a pyramid. It's the Twin Peaks. It's two pyramids and the sun in the middle of it, which is an ancient symbol of the Aket. So it's like hidden in plain sight. But this one is crazy.
Plus the Falconelli says the star of the east, rising of the sea, at Ariadne.
Well, so do you see the Satan right there on here? This is Satan, dude. It's like his head and his two horns, even though it's supposed to be an octopus.
Oh, yeah, that is. I see it. Her hand is like his teeth. Her left hand.
Oh well, no, like this right here. There's a. I mean, I could be tripping. I could be totally.
Tripping. like to the.
I think you're kind of pareidolia.
No,
it's pareidolia for sure.
In between the. It looks like there's a face behind that lady, like a big face under the boat.
Yeah, this
what
right
he's
here.
Referring to, he's saying that's Satan, right?
Well, yeah. So this is like pareidolia for sure, but there's the two horns, right?
Yeah.
So it's like a face and the two horns, but it could be just pareidolia. But this is what everyone's looking at, and it's like, oops.
Well, then scroll back to the top left of it.
It's like hidden in plain
that
sight.
Spotlight. The spotlight has an X in it. Right there.
Oh yeah, and the Saturn and
the X is the symbol of the beast, and then it's got a beast coming out of the skyline. Go right.
But I mean, I don't know. I thought that was a cool find because everyone's looking at this and they. I don't know.
God, I'm glad I don't know. I barely own a TV. I see in the back. Do you have looking at that pyramid without its capstone kind of thing?
Right here.
Yeah.
So like that's like the pyramidion would be
Marxist utopia in the background.
The pyramid above the pyramid, the capstone is the pyramidion or the chief architect or something like that.
Whoa. Oh, I thought that was like two planes. It almost reminded me of 9/11 in the top right.
Oh, that tower, the gorilla looked like smoke.
Oh, it's a gorilla.
That's King Kong, probably, right?
It kind of looks like that news shot of the Twin Towers. I mean, I'm pretty stoned, but
like this is the smoke you're saying?
Yeah, it looks like the image of it kind of looks like the smoke is the same.
Oh, right here in the clouds too looks like smoke. And then what is this planet? Like, I don't know. Maybe I don't know. I just feel like there's
weird.
There's some weird shit in this one.
Well, they got the press button. It's a circle. I can't remember. I think that counterclockwise is evocation. I think.
There's a ton of stuff, bro, in this. Like,
I mean, we could be reaching, but.
Well, this is also Masonic too, I think, with the Squid Games.
Oh yeah, the occult used really simple symbols and shapes.
Yeah, no, it's a trippy. There's a turtle.
I think it was Alfred or Edward Alfred Waite's book about magic. He says that the symbols and the colors all have a psychological effect, basically.
Why is that card jacked up on the back? Yeah.
Is that the Dorian next, or is that the fucking
It's like a Ferrari.
Back to the Future to the left?
Yeah, it looks like
It's-
That's
What is
Ghostbusters, right?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
I think it's from Ferris Bueller's Day Off. That's what it is. That Ferrari.
with the
Yeah.
with the California.
Demi Lovato.
Demi Lovato. Why Demi Lovato?
Yeah, there's somebody in that window.
Yeah, there is something in that window.
He's looking at us. I'm looking at him while he's looking at me.
It looks kind of like the robot or E.T. or something. The robot from the movies in the 80s. What did it say? Johnny 5, I'm alive.
Yeah. So I don't know. This has been fun to look at. I mean, it's like a screensaver, but I think that's the devil right there.
Yeah, it does look like a face kind of when you're like back further.
But I'm happy that you said it was pareidolia. It makes me feel much better.
Well, I mean, I think pareidolia is more for like natural things, not like for like stuff like this is, it's like Disney movies when they put like, a cock in the kids movie, and it's like that's put there. Anything that's drawn is usually intentional. It's not usually like I think pareidolia is more like nature. If I could be mistaken, but
Well,
so
I mean, I see like with the clouds and
yeah.
like, I'll look at the walls
Yeah.
and all that. It's got the faces. And
Yeah.
also it's interesting, just like the psychology of the face. Like whenever you see a YouTube channel, they put a face on the thumbnail because it's a manipulation tactic. Because when you see eyeballs, it makes you look at the eyeball automatically. So people put the face with the eyes, and usually they have the eyes bulging out with a sampaku of the 3 whites at the top, like the Joe Rogan podcast, which looks insanity. It's insane. It's like an insane look, like in Smile 2, how she has like these crazy eyes, but it's used all over the algorithm. And I think it is to induce sort of schizophrenia or like fear, or just seeing that with like the mirror neurons that we have. Like there's something happening with the algorithm and the content creators, symbols that are mainstream, like Joe Rogan. His symbol is literally the third eye as a sampaku. So it's a third eye, but it's not like activated all calm and peacefully. It's going insane. And on the dollar bill, the third eye on the dollar bill, or on the pyramidion, it's a sampaku as well underneath with the 3 whites. And that does something when we look at it. Like it's an emotional symbol. And also Joe Rogan. Yeah, sorry.
Something that goes along with what you're saying.
The Ouroboros.
With Swedenborg, it's like Swedenborg. Like, so if we were to be pure skeptics, Swedenborg says that he was talking to ghosts and stuff and all this stuff. Yes. What if through his illuminization he went insane, and that that it's like when you read the Bavarian, the New England and the Bavarian Illuminati, the book, it says that they were known for their fanaticism and fits of Illuminism, which was some kind of like maniac vision or something without drugs. Like the it's like Terrence McKenna would talk about this. So he'd be like, oh, you could take psychedelics and it just goes away when you metabolize it out. But then imagine these crazy people that they can't turn it off.
Yeah, that's me, bro. That's me, and I'm gonna do it with these right here. I'm gonna be going to another dimension.
Well, I mean, like these Illuminists are somehow they're somehow inducing mental illness, and that they're
for sure.
What's the word for it?
Mental illness it's usually, I think schizophrenia is actually also partly a disease of the eye. And what's interesting is in Kabbalah, there's a warning about taking I think it's the afterbirth of a black cat, drying it up, grinding it into a powder, and then wiping it on your eyes. Because if you do that, you'll be able to see the demons around you, and nobody recovers from it. It basically drives you completely insane.
It's the
And
dye buck, probably.
the what?
The dye buck.
Well, it'd be more. Well, Dybbuk is like a zombie. This is like the demons that are around us that we can't see because we don't experience them. But if you rub it into your eyes, it'll make them visible to you.
Oh shit.
Yeah, and it's a warning. Don't do this.
Well, you couldn't. I heard even learn about Kabbalah until you were 40, right?
42, I think, isn't it?
Oh, really? 42.
Yeah. Well, I mean, you can learn about it. This is secular because Kabbalah is just a universal. It's Kabbalah is like it's a universal mysticism. So anybody can learn about it. We in the West, we call everything related to like mysticism and occultism Kabbalah because that's how it entered the Western, into like mainstream Western society. But I mean, there could be civilization, but this is a universal. This is not something just Kabbalah. I mean, in another country, in another culture, it could be called something completely different, but it's the same science. It's the same.
Yeah, it's very ancient. I heard that it goes back to Sabella, Kabbalah, Sabella. It goes like back even further than, and the Jewish people preserved it and try to put it together. That's what I heard from Caesarian, and that makes a lot of sense.
Well, I think sorry, go on, Ethan.
Like Kaaba, I think it's an old word for cube, and that the cube was like a symbol of this goddess in a way. It's like the cube was the I think that's why the Islams are worshiping it. I think Allah is a goddess, and that it's
Allah.
Allah. I think it's Isis slash Astarte slash Sybil slash all these different goddesses. Diana, you name it. They're all the same goddess, according to the high priest of the Scottish Rite. I mean,
just in general, I mean, cultures basically, they mimicked each other's gods. But that's when it was an interesting thing I was listening to. I fell asleep listening to it. I want to re-listen to it again. But it was talking about how like the Romans, when they defeated Israel, that's why you have that, like, that's how like Christianity why Rome adopted the Abrahamic system, because they felt like when they destroyed Jerusalem and destroyed the temple, that the God of Israel actually transferred to them, transferred over to them and left the Jews and went to them, which is why they adopted it, even though they still do adopt, like in Rome and on the upper levels of the Vatican, they're worshiping all sorts of deities. But that's why they took the Abrahamic, and that's why like it's always an association with Saturn, because all Abrahamic religions are associated with Saturn, because that's the star of the Sabbath. That's the seventh day. So I think that like we just call everything in the West Kabbalah, but that's because of the Frank. Also, I think it's the Frankist movement, but that's a whole other conversation. I mean, I don't care. I'll have it now.
No, I liked your podcast that you did, and I would love to bring you on, Danny.
Yeah.
You did this podcast with Matt Arrett, and it was fantastic.
Thank you.
Yeah, I was just like, well, I'm always blown away with everybody here,
thank you.
I listen to this show like every night, but I'm too tired to come on. But it's early right now for me. It's only like 10 o'clock.
Yeah.
Yeah. I actually gotta get going. For me, it's 1 o'clock here, so I need. I should call it. I think. Thank you for having me on, Clint. I'll try and catch another one sometime.
Yeah. Pleasure meeting you.
Yeah. You guys have a great night.
Take it easy.
Adios.
Peace.
Later.
Adios.
Yeah, that the Matt Ehret thing went very well. I was very happy with that. I didn't get to rewatch it, but I know the comments were what I usually expect. But we definitely got a lot of good information out there. And the series I did also with Michael King, I that's the next one. But I do got to catch up. I got to find that I gotta rewatch the Matt Ehret one because that went really well. And I think we might even try to do another one because there's just so much information to put out there, and it's like, I've been trying to challenge people on Twitter for a while, but like I don't snag the algorithm if I open up a space because they're like, I'll be honest, like I think I mentioned this the last time, but I'll mention it again. I'm pretty sure I'm on a do not engage list for like GJQ, especially after I basically Witsit like made himself look stupid trying to debate me when he actually finally showed up because he tried to avoid it. But I think I got put on like a do not engage list, so I usually just get blocked when I ask people to debate me, or which is why I know that like people who push the "it's the Jews" are usually agents, are usually some kind of like psyop agent. But yeah,
100%. Yeah.
I've pretty much established that to be the case.
Because they won't even have the counter argument to go on there. And it doesn't surprise me whatsoever that after the entire world lockstepped in a lockdown,
Yeah,
right, and agreed and shook hands and said, yes, let's do this worldwide, right? And then once that was over with, that ritual was over with, and people started to ask questions, then they opened up the JQ thing to go viral with the most mainstream podcast and artists,
yeah,
from Kanye West, who is the most mainstream. Kanye West is so mainstream.
yeah,
He lives in the occult hills, the hidden hills, multiple homes with the Kardashian clan, promoting this JQ stuff, promoting fascist socialist symbolism to the world. And I wrote an article because I like to have fun with it, mixing Wilhelm Reich and Erich Fromm, and even the Hegelian dialectic of the master slave bondman, of these symbols, these fascist socialist symbols, charging the society that is repressed in a lot of ways that Wilhelm Reich was talking about, and like the Swazi symbol, he said it was two people interlocking in a sexual act. Like that's what he said. I'm not making this up. This is like what he said, and this.
Yeah, it's in the church word book. I think it is Arcana of Freemasonry. The way the lines are, it's
Mhm.
like one person sitting down,
Oh,
and then
really?
the other person is like imposed on them.
I didn't know that.
And and then the further symbol of it was a simple square, which was with a line through it across, and so it was just four boxes, a square.
Mhm. Like the Microsoft logo.
Well, imagine
considered a
because
cross.
the swastika moves one way and then it moves the other.
Mm.
So when it's superimposed on itself, it just becomes a box.
Mhm.
I can't remember what there's a Japanese thing that I forget which one that is.
I think it's the Microsoft logo, the Windows logo, right?
Oh, whoa.
I remember seeing that back in like 2012, and I was like, whoa, what the heck?
Yeah.
But even the Chase logo
I was
is
gonna just
awesome.
have to say J.P. Morgan Chase. Yep.
Who
Yeah.
was part of an aristocratic elite that funded the rise of the Third Realm to destroy Germany. They put Adolf into position to destroy Germany, because Germany has always been just like Russia and Germany. These places
Yeah.
back in the day were all destroyed intentionally by setting up these types of socialist, communist type systems. And
It's
all
like
that.
it's similar what they do to countries. What Sabrina was describing, how this certain type of businesses will buy up businesses, and then they'll just take everything they can get out of them and scrap them.
Yes.
It's like they're doing that with the countries, and that uh, uh, it it seems like the only motive is greed. I mean, like it's just all
Yeah,
pure
and it's
greed.
also it's fun too for them. I've heard it's like you get two kings that are in the same bloodline going to war, having 30-year wars with each other, but they're related and they're married into the same families. Like their daughters and all that are married into the same families. And then they carry on these 30-year wars of bloodshed. So it's a ritual and it's a game too, where
Yeah.
it's just like playing like Nintendo. It's like, oh, let's play.
Plus, they were all probably super drunk the whole time.
Oh, for sure.
30
And
year
that
drunk war.
and also that's another thing is like a lot of the podcasters, if let's say alcohol is like a spirit in a sense, not saying like that if you drink is a bad thing. I'm just saying that
Definitely induce it, that's for sure.
if there is spirits associated different types of substances, that spirit I have seen leaked out. I watched the debates with like people debating, and they just bring on random people, and whenever they're just wasted drunk, they're usually got like some hateful kind of like
Yeah.
stuff coming out of them.
Yeah.
They're
Did
talking.
I, ever,
I'm just saying
did,
notice.
did I tell you the latest conspiracy theory I got about the debates?
Yeah, tell me, because it's like, yeah.
I think they're trying to like energize the masses. They're trying to have people see the arguments, and they know people are like fucking monkeys, and then the monkeys see monkey do, and like so the people are. I think the debates induces debates nationwide.
Oh, what do you mean?
Right,
The
right.
midterms, like the midterm debates coming up?
No, like mainstream debates, like everything. I don't think that they're organically getting that much attention. I think that they're being pushed up in the algorithm for a purpose, a psychological purpose.
Yeah.
Sure. Yeah.
Well, it's there's a lot of. I mean, it's not really debates. It's actually all just intellectual circle jerk, or I should say, anti-intellectual circle jerks. And I don't mean to keep harping on JQ, but like one of the things that I constantly see in these debates, because not which can give you, well, it's not even a debate, but it gives you an idea that people are not actually, contemplating or critically
Competent.
analyzing things. But like there was like a thing recently. I like him. I think he's entertaining. But there's this guy who pops up. He's a black dude who wears a wolf hat on Facebook, and he does videos criticizing the black community.
Yeah, he said he would come on at some point.
Oh yeah. Well,
Yeah,
well,
he's coming on at some point.
hey, that'd be great because I would like to ask him about why he posted this. But there was this apparently in Indiana. There was an abortion doctor who had when he died, they went to his house and they found tons of like baby specimens all over the place. Like he wouldn't dispose of aborted babies; he would like preserve them and make them into specimens. And his name was Dr. Ulrich Klopfer. I think it was Ulrich Klopfer. And immediately right away he's a Jewish abortion doctor. So I do what I do best and I look into it. And his name is Ulrich George Klopfer. He's Dresden German born.
Yeah, some German.
George is not a common Jewish name either. He's not Jewish. And just recently they reposted the video of that guy in, I think, San Francisco spraying a homeless woman. And his name is Kalia Gwyn, Gwin. And they call him Jewish. And I'm like, and people believe it. People are just like, wow, this is so mean. Wow, Jew. And I'm like, guys, why do you have to lie?
Well, it was happening in the 1800s too, and early 1900s. Like that Max Heindel character. That's not his real name. He chose that name. It's like then the SS and stuff when Germany was defeated supposedly, they all changed their names to Americanized names,
Yep.
Spanish names, Islam names, and Hebrew names. And it's
Yeah.
like it turned into this thing where it's like the research. I've been researching the subject for quite some time, and like it's like a roadblock of finding the families of the Nazis, where they went, what
Yeah.
they changed their names to. You know, I've probably got like 80 names, but like that of families that all changed their names that were Nazis and that were SS, and that according to the research, it's like they made big business in South America through uh, construction companies, pharmaceuticals, and something else, and that.
Bolts.
Uh,
Well, even the guy you were bringing up, Alephus Levi, he pretends that he's Jewish and a rabbi, but he's Catholic, and that's not even his real name. It's like Constantine something.
yeah,
Someone just said, I think it was that account Red Pill. I'm gonna call him Red Pill Grifter now, but his thing is Red Pill Drifter, and he said Madame Blavatsky was a Jew, and I'm like, Madame Blavatsky was a Russian Orthodox baptized with Huguenot Protestant ancestry. What are you talking about? Like,
yeah.
why
Plus,
do
she
you have
was
to lie?
allegedly in the Hussards de la Mort, precursor to the Skull and Bones, the totem comp or whatever.
Yeah, which is but that's a common thing. I mean, if you go
Well,
back to
well,
like,
there was a thing with that Eliphas Levi character where the socialists that he was with, the Simon Ganel or whatever. Well, Simon Ganel's he was a what was it? There was that one Lord Bullier or something. What the fuck was his name? Oh, I forget this. Edward Lord Lytton.
Yeah, that's the guy who wrote the Vril book, The Coming Race. That
He
was,
was
yeah.
well, he was connected to this Simon Gano dude, and that Eliphas Levi, his financier was what's his name, Count, some kind of millionaire, Count Brzezinski, like Zbigniew Brzezinski. They're all socialists. It's like I think they're related. I think that then this Edward Lytton dude, he was there's a bunch of connections that
He's
were
the
really
guy
weird.
who coined the term, the pen is mightier than the sword.
Yeah,
And he was part of the aristocratic elite, Edward Lytton, and he wrote The Coming Race, which is the aristocratic elite of America, which was running the whole eugenics program, moved over and put in place with JP Morgan, Ford, Wall Street to put Adolf into power using this ideology of the aristocrats. And this is where you get the British Empire's connection with the National Socialist and even the alien stuff too, with all the Space Brothers and the alien lore that's out there, as well as also connected to that. And I think all this stuff, like you look at it, and then you look at all the podcasters today, like there's so many, and there's no dissing or whatever. Like my channel's got a ton of people like from London and all of that, like there's nothing there. I just find it interesting that a lot of people that are like from the British Empire are in American politics podcasting all since the Trump election of 2016. You had like all these different people that I thought were from America going to all the colleges promoting Trump at that time. Now they've switched positions and they're promoting, who knows what they're like anti-Trump now. But none of them are like from America. And these are like the top podcast people telling like what to do in America. I thought that was kind of weird.
Yeah. It's a funny thing is like on Mamdani, the city, we don't know if it's City Hall, but there is like every account that's pro Mamdani on Twitter is coming from South Asia.
Right. That
Coming
also
from
happens with a lot of the JQ stuff. Like on Twitter, I look because they exposed it. They show all the people that are like America things. You go to it, it's like they're from freaking like Pakistan or something.
yeah, yeah, and you gotta wonder like why are they so involved in what we're doing on both sides too, you know, on
Yeah.
both
Well,
sides.
it's because
It's like,
America is like the last stance of freedom worldwide, in a sense. Like
yeah,
the importance of America is so important. The experiment of America and all that. That's why I think. That's why I think.
yeah. Well, I think America was founded because America was a fluke. I mean, obviously, yes, the Constitution can date the concept of it. What does it go back? Not Munich. Mecklenburg, was it the Mecklenburg Constitution or something like that? Like, it's not original, but it's the first time it was tried on like a national level, as opposed to just like small like regional. And I think it was founded obviously when the Jesuits were suppressed, and it allowed, and they were able to come here through Maryland, of course. You know, Washington D.C. is located between Virginia and Maryland.
The
Virgin.
Virgin Mary, yeah. Mhm.
Um,
The Virgin Queen Mary too, like what Maryland named after the Queen, Virgin Queen.
yeah. So, but that was one of the reasons why it was founded the way it was for freedom of religion. Because then you can't, you know, stop people from coming in. But I think America was actually founded as a fluke because it became like a haven for, you know, for the, you know, for, I would say, the Jesuit order. And that's because the Puritans would never have had it, but they would have stayed English. But in order, and there wouldn't have been the freedom of it, because like George Washington, like he banned Guy Fawkes Day and stuff like that. But
And Guy Fawkes Day, that's like connected to the Jesuits.
yeah,
And that's where you get the anonymous logo, right? So like people that are like anonymous. So what would that symbolize?
yeah,
Well, there was an anonymous society in the 1800s.
nothing.
It's documented in Albert Mackey's Encyclopedia of Freemasonry.
Oh wow, y'all are so smart, bro. Like y'all are next level, dude. I'm so grateful to be chatting with y'all.
Well, we're all equals.
Yeah, yeah. That's why we can have these conversations. You know,
Yeah.
I mean, for crying out loud. That's why I don't know if you heard me talk about, like, I'm trying to coin a term for the fact that it was a mistake to teach people how to read. So far, I'm kind of, I like anti-pedagogialism, but I'll see if I can find something similar. But unfortunately, that's like, you know, I hate to sound like that, but I think that what we've done is we've taught people how to read without teaching people how to critically think, how to critically analyze, and you know, when you create a society, that's how you create people who are not scholars. They're not intellectually curious. They're just emotionally responsive, and that's what they want from people. Dump tons of information on them and give them and if you want, and give them the easiest way to go. You know, like,
With a meme. Well, that's what the memes are for.
yeah,
It's like, I think the new thing is that, and I've been slacking hardcore, but like, you know how they, in the world, the law of the jungle no longer exists, but now in the intellectual world, I think the law of the jungle an intellectual law of the jungle should exist, and that it's like it's like the system is striving to have people at the top of, you know, what's popular, trying to keep down the actual real intelligentsia type, you know, like they're trying to keep minds down. It's like the algorithm is designed to keep us all down no matter what.
yeah,
So I mean, like, in a way, it's like the more blacklisted we are, the more proof that we're saying something that is legitimately shaking the system or something. Or maybe not. Well, pointing out some kind of facts that are
I
uh,
think I think I
against the
mentioned it
machine.
here. Sorry. Thank you. Bro.
Well, basically, the world government, because we're all against socialism, we're all against communism, and like even just by publicly saying that, we probably lose lots and lots of followers, and that I
Dude,
mean,
I don't know how I'm still going.
You know,
yeah,
I,
because
you don't gain them. You end up
yeah,
gaining it.
my
Oh,
numbers go from like 5,990 to like 5,970.
yeah.
And it does it like every week. It goes back and forth to those two numbers. It's like
Yeah.
I'm never gonna gain some ground here.
Well, Danny, I interviewed a writer. His name's Charles Moskowitz. I don't know if you ever read any of his stuff.
No.
I think you would really like his stuff. I got the chance to interview him twice, actually. Um, but he goes into all the same stuff. He wrote a book called Left Wing Anti Semitism. And I think you would like his stuff from. He's coming from a social logical or whatever it's called kind of background, but he wrote a book on like Illuminati as well, and he even interviewed on his radio show back in the day um, the opiate writer that Jordan Maxwell was friends with, one of the chief rabbis.
Oh, Ant-Man.
Yeah, so he even interviewed him. So he's been around for a while.
Oh, wow. Yeah, I
Yeah.
gotta take a look into it. I've been trying to find, but there was a rabbi Yaakov Emden who, during the Frankist movement, he accused another rabbi named Eibeshutz of being a closet Frankist, and his descendants actually, I think, became Frankists or converted and whatnot. And Emden accused Eibeshutz of being a Jesuit coadjutor. And I'm trying to find. I got to stop in Brooklyn at a Jewish bookstore and see if I can find something on it. But I want to. But apparently, a lot of Emden's papers were burned after he died, which is kind of interesting because that doesn't usually happen. Usually, they're compiled and put into a book. And I want to find out what he was saying because I'm always trying to find. As far as I actually, that guy Escanor, he didn't block me, but he unfollowed me when I called him out when he said something like the only people who accuse the Jesuits are Jews, and I'm like, what the f are you talking about? I'm literally like probably one of the only Jews who talks about this. Like 99.999.
Yeah, I would say 99% as well. I've never looked in. It's so funny because I talk
Oh,
to like
oh,
the rabbis I know or my Jewish friends I know,
Yeah,
and they all kind of scurry away from anything conspiratorial.
yeah,
And I've been proven, if they've watched any of my stuff, to be accurate when it comes to the United Nations or the Red Cross, which is now a known thing with like the Jewish community that these are like Nazis, pretty much, you know. And this stuff I've been talking about, but not just me. These are what all the great researchers have talked about way before me. You know what I'm saying? And but no, I get what you're saying. Like, no, they don't want to hear about the Jesuits, but America, from what I'm understanding, I listen to people that talk about it, and I guess Abraham Lincoln was assassinated by the Jesuits. That even I heard, I
well,
yeah, go ahead.
well, the Knights of the Golden Circle, they seem to be connected with the Scottish Rite, and the Scottish Rite, and the B'nai B'rith, which was connected to the British Israelism, the Aryan race, tribe of Judah thing. That's where it gets really, really, nobody wants to touch that subject. It's there's something going on there. 'Cause it's like, well, okay, so what's
Yeah.
his name? Uh, the killer. I can't think of his name. John Wilkes Booth. He
Yeah.
was a member of the Knights of the Golden Circle. He was he was uh, friends with a bunch of B'nai B'rith. He was friends with Scottish Rite. They were basically Illuminists. It's like,
He was also named after Wilkes, that was part of the Hellfire Club too, and they might even be related.
oh,
Yeah.
interesting. Yeah,
Yeah.
it's like, well, then JJ says Wilkes was Booth was a Cincinnati member or something, which puts another like layer of variables on it. It's like the Knights of the Golden Circle thing. It was like it was like a British slave thing that was it was gonna be a giant circle from all the way down to Cuba, and like some might argue that perhaps Castro himself was a Knights of the Golden Circle, and that Cuba is a slave plantation, and that it's like one of the Weishaupt quotes. He says something about they could no longer they could no longer have slavery. They must what was the term he used? They must oh fuck, I forget how he says it. He says they must uh they can no longer have literal slavery, that they must oh fuck, I can't remember the quote. They must they must legitimize economic slavery. uh that's what it was. Or no, he says flat out they must legitimize slavery. That's what it was. And like he doesn't mean like shackles and plantations. He means like legitimize it, like incorporate it, like turn it into a system, a system which cannot be disrupted. And it's like that's what this whole new world order is. It's like a system that cannot be disrupted, and that it's legitimized slavery. It's like there is no money. There's only paper. That slaves can't own money. We're all slaves. We can't own money. Like if we had 10,000 pounds of gold, they'd probably come and confiscate it. And that fucking it's like it's like it's like if somebody was a slave, they would need a permit to work. That's our high school diploma. If they want to work beyond that, they need the college degrees. And like, and it's all just fucking smoke and mirrors. Like I used to trip a lot, and fucking I would think about this all the time. Like it's all bullshit. It's all nothing. Like imagine if everything was gone, what would be, like this. It's fucked up. It's like people could stop the whole system by simply making farms and growing their own food, and like quitting everything, quitting their jobs, quit spending money for as long as they can, just to make the system all come to a grinding halt. Nobody would have to do anything. They would just have to sit on their couch and be lazy.
Well, that's why I always say that the only way that they're going to get a revolution against this in this country is through work job actions. We could have ended the mandates if every New York City worker went on strike. But then they'll say, but then there's the Taylor law. We're not allowed to go on strike. And then if you tell people, guys, let's get together, let's organize, let's fight back, people are too comfortable. They've made the Brave New, the Adolf Huxley, the Brave New World situation where everybody's so inundated with comforts that they don't want to put down their TikTok. They don't want to put down their Instagram. They don't want to put down their sports page. I mean,
Yeah.
back in the day, I always say when it comes to my job, when it comes to what I used to do before I was fired, you go back every 10 years on sanitation and you'd find more and more guys that couldn't read the English language. Not because they were stupid, but because they were coming from the poverty of the Deep South. They were refugees from war-torn Europe, coming from the Mezzogiorno, coming from rural Ireland. And yet they formed one of the greatest and most powerful unions that ever was. And now all these guys can read, and all they read is the sports page,
Uh,
because those guys realize, like, wait a second, you don't need to know how to read. You don't need to know how to do calculus to recognize your dignity, to recognize your self-respect, to recognize your ability, like how much power you have. Now it's like, if a union in New York goes on strike, if a municipal union goes on strike, the union boss sits in jail for every day. And the union boss is so comfortable sitting in his office doing absolutely nothing and collecting 7 pensions. Who do you want to do that? You know,
yeah,
we do have a union boss who did that once back in, I think it was 1981. He put sanitation on strike and happily sat in jail while the garbage piled up. And in 2005, the transit workers went on strike for 2 or 3 days, happily sat in jail. Bloomberg was throwing a hissy fit.
Hmm.
Now, forget about it. They won't do it because they're too comfortable. And that's why I try to remind people there's always a day before. Your comfort is going to come to a grinding halt, and it'll be too late for you to do anything about it, you know? And that's what people don't understand. That's why job actions, if workers actually recognize their own, not just their worth, like look at Detroit, you know? You go to
Oh yeah,
Detroit Auto Workers Union should have become militant when they instituted NAFTA or whatever, or BAFTA, and moved all the jobs out of the country and allowed Japan to take over the car industry. They should have gone militant to protect those jobs. And they did it.
yeah,
Allowed to
yeah,
sell out. And if you go to Detroit now and you see a homeless guy on the street and you ask him, what did your grandfather do for a living? He was a business agent with the United Auto Workers Union. So why aren't you an auto worker like he is? Because he sold himself, he sold you out. He
yeah,
so he sold out all these people, sold out generations of men. And now you're a homeless alcoholic on the street. Now your kids don't have jobs. Now your kids
right.
don't have retirements. Now your city is a complete ruin.
Yeah, they started the NAFTA was in the '90s, but they also had the GATT, and that one was started in like the '20s, I think it was. And I think there's a correlation between uh, the some of the days of like the stock market crash with pagan holidays. Well, I mean, I don't think there definitely is, but like October 24th, which happens to be United Nations Meditation Day, and then the what was it? Oh,
Well, that's interesting.
yeah, yeah, October 24th,
And you know,
Black
United
Thursday.
Nations Toilet Day is November 19th.
Huh. Well, then they had a new one like 2 days ago.
United Nations Day.
United Nations Toilet Day is on the
United
19th of
Nations
November.
Invocation Days, October 24th, I believe. Wait, there was a couple of. One of them is like May 31st for the bringing of cancer. But this is the new one, August 22nd, which happens to be the same day when the Rosicrucians started. And then also is the same day when a Illuminist revolt in Haiti happened.
Well, when you were talking about like the crowd collective of society, the Eric Fromm information on escape from freedom, he went into the 2 different types of freedom: the freedom from, like freedom from tyranny, or the freedom to, like the freedom to build a business or to read a book. And people have a hard time moving from freedom from to the freedom to, and they result back into tyranny. So he went over this because it really dives into responsibility, where people want to have a master and live in a Hegelian master slave dynamic.
Yeah.
And so like a lot of the stuff, like that's why I say on my channel that the crowd is the Illuminati, because they're like the ones that are begging for this and loving their servitude, as
Yeah.
Huxley talked about.
Well,
Yeah.
I mean,
It even shows up in the kinks that people have searching online. I went down a fun rabbit hole online, covering the statistics of the naughty websites and what people like searched out before 2020 and after 2020. And one of the big spikes was this Hegelian master slave dynamic where no one's on an equal playing field. It's either the boss employee, and people would watch either the boss or the employee, searching out both. So nobody is ever equal. It's always this being ruled over or going into the ruled over or ruling. And this is very much promoted in these spaces when it comes to like all the tentacle naughty videos with like the alien tentacles, and people are literally getting hijacked in their brain and like relinquishing all control. And so it was funny tie-in, but I think it is important, as weird as it is, because I think that's I think that's data right there.
Lots of anime also. A lot of that came from like people being inundated with anime, and I think anime also had like a profound effect on people's brains, and those like, so a lot of that tentacle stuff and the dominance, and I think it's also another reason why you have all these, like the whole trans movement. If you notice, like a lot of these people who claim to be trans, they always have an anime picture in their profile or something related to anime. I think something with that too, that also helped, and that was popped up heavy during the scamdemic lockdowns.
Yeah. And I like to have fun with it and go into those topics, and I want to write a book after the toilet documentary, and it's going to be called you know who Charles Ford is? He coined the term teleportation. He's wrote these books about photon phenomenons. It's about phenomenon. He was talking about UFOs before the word existed and people even talked about it. So he wrote about mysterious things, collecting all these different newspaper articles of the sky raining fish to just bizarre stuff of teleportation. So he coined that term.
Slow falling boulders. Oh, sorry.
No, go ahead. What was it?
Slow falling boulders.
Mm-hmm.
Some kind of like giant rocks that would just fall like 1 foot per second or something, or one foot per minute or something. There was, I got into that when I was.
Well, he wrote a book called The Book of the Damned. And the damned is the excluded information that people won't talk about. So it's the Book of the Damned. And I'm going to do my own book called The Book of the Damned. And there'll be like a hottie on the cover. And then I'm going to go into this weird information on.
You can do like a second one, The Book of the Dang.
The Book of the Dang?
Dang.
Yeah, The Book of the Dang.
Yeah.
I'm kind of on this new journey that hasn't been profitable whatsoever, and it's been destroying my channel, if anything. But it wasn't a near-death experience, because near-death experience means you actually died. So I think that they shouldn't call it a near-death. I feel like I had a near-death experience where I almost died with my asthma attack. And while this was happening, I was like, I want to start doing what I want to do, and I wanted to write some stuff. I wanted to start writing. That's why I wrote the toilet book. And yeah.
Your book covers always remind me of magic cards.
Oh, really? Well, I'm trying to model Goosebumps in a lot of ways.
Oh, yeah.
But magic's cool too, but I like the Goosebump like art.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, that was classic. I remember the TV show.
Yeah, the TV show was good.
Yeah, freaking back before. Well, I don't know who made Goosebumps, but it didn't seem like it was all brainwashy like stuff he said.
Yeah, Goosebumps was. I never really read any of the books, but I had all of them because I like the cover. I like the art on it. The art.
You're
My first book I read, I think, like I know how to read, but the first book I ever actually read was Brave New World when I was in elementary school. Because my friend's mom recommended it, and I'm happy she did. Because like I never got, it was an important book to read.
I think one of the first books I read was UFOs, JFK, and Elvis by Richard Belzer.
Mhm.
That was really good. But I was really too young, and a lot of the vocabulary was way above my A grade, and we didn't have Reddit. We didn't have Google to like look up the words as I went along. But I gotta find that copy. My copy of UFOs, JFK, and Elvis. That's funny. We all read conspiracy books as our first.
Yeah,
I don't remember what I read. I'm still thinking about that.
Well, I read other books, but I used to
definitely
read
into it.
Goosebumps and any other stuff like that. But like my first like adult book, I would say it's UFOs, JFK, and Elvis. What year is that actually?
I liked Monty Python, so I was watching like The Meaning of Life and South Park as well. So it was like a mixture, and Beavis and Butthead. And Beavis and Butthead is interesting.
Oh yeah.
You know their house is 322. Their street address is 322.
Huh.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
That's interesting.
The weirdest thing was I remember when I was in Israel and like we used to watch Beavis and Butthead with subtitles, and I would look at I'd be like, yo, how do you guys can't get any of this? Like to people like my friend would put him in Dutch because he was Dutch, or like German or Hebrew, whatever, and I'm like, this is pure Americana. Like, how do you translate dillweed or dill hole or like, how do you translate this into your language? I'm like, none of this should make sense to you. There were these Russian kids watching an episode of South Park that was dubbed over in Russian. And this was back before like the syndication of everything. So it was like pure Americana. Because once they had to make everything syndicatable, they had to like take away the Americana aspect of the humor. Same with like South Park.
Whoa.
Once they made it syndicatable, the humor became like general toilet humor. And I was like listening to these Russian kids, like listening to dubbed over Cartman. And I'm like, you guys don't get any of this. Like, this is not funny to you. Like, I couldn't watch a Russian comedy show dubbed over in English and understand it if it was like Russian culture. Like, I used to watch Family Guy with my Israeli friends, and they'd be like, what's that? What's this? Can you explain this? This was in the early 2000s. But Beavis and Butthead translated into Dutch. Like, wow. Like, that's crazy. But,
What
is it?
I think that's actually German or something.
I used to do a great Beavis impression. But because a little bit that my voice changed, I lost the ability to do it. I used to do a great Cartman also.
So I did a schizophrenic kind of decode on the Great Cornholio from Lake Titicaca. And because of the connections of Mike Judge being a rocket scientist and with the 322 address, I was like, what else can I find?
He was a rocket scientist?
Oh, yeah. Well,
Wow.
he picked two careers. He could have been a rocket scientist. That's what he was going for. But he was like, I'm going to influence the culture with the animation. Piece about it. But when the Great Cornholio was summoned, an entity possessing Beavis via candy, right? So he was hyped up on candy pretty much, I believe, maybe caffeine as well. But this happened in an episode called Stewart's House. and it makes me think of the House of Stewart, right? When you go into like the Sinclair or something like that. So I'm like, yeah, I was schizophrenic a little bit, but it was still fun. So Lake Titicaca, they got a gateway portal there that was built. It was like a gateway, and that's where all like creation started, according to like that like who lived there, that lake. So the lake has significant importance, but I don't know. I thought it was funny.
Oh yeah.
It's not that deep, but the candy is, I heard in my comments like Candida, and Candida, like the Babylon workings with Jack Parson and his uh, horror Babylon that was doing it. Well, her name was Candy, right? Short for Candida, and Candida is this gut kind of parasite thing that gets activated
Bacteria.
probably by candy in a sense. So I was connecting a lot of stuff in this toilet book. It's all in the toilet book, bro. But
You can drink a chunk of Piedra tea to get rid of the candida.
really.
Yeah, I drink it every once in a while, once a year at least.
So I'm going to try to communicate with the gut bacteria, and I'll when I get my goggles on. I'm going to lay down tonight, and I got ice cream sandwiches. And we eat ice cream sandwich and feed them. And I'm going to say, all right, what's going on? Just like John C. Lilly in the dolphin experiments.
That's
Yeah.
awesome.
Yeah.
I used to get lucid dreams when I would study a lot. I think I told you about that. I would have like a bird man would come to my dream. Some kind of bird dude. I thought it was interesting because it was like the totem of one of the native tribes I'm related to. But like,
do you know the name of the bird on the totem?
oh well, I mean it's just the thunderbird, but the in Egypt
Nice,
it would be
nice.
Thoth.
I was studying the thunderbird.
Yeah, it's interesting because like, okay, so in Egyptian Anubis was Sirius, C or B, and so in Hebrew the word for Sirius was Anubak, which is barking dog. And the word for Sirius in Blackfoot was the face of the dog. Uh, so it's like there's correlating cultures from ancient times which have identical names almost for the stars, uh, and like there's some kind of legend going on with it. It's like uh, it's a hard code to crack.
Yeah.
I mean, think about like, okay, so the lion was later the lion was adopted as the dog, but the lion like in China the lion was dog, and the dog was at the temples of the door, like the lions at the temples of the door of the temples. Saying it backwards. I need to smoke another joint to banish my dyslexia. But so it's like think of like the story of the Greeks where it's like the three-headed dog. It's like the three-headed dog was most likely a symbol of Sirius, um, A, B, and C, and that but like the idea that there's a dog, the temple itself is the symbol of the spirit world. It's like the the altar of the book is the sarcophagus of the god. The book itself is the regenerative branch. Like in the Bible, it talks about branch multiple times, and it seems to be connected to the ancient Osiris lore and all other. There's so many different lores that have the same thing of a resurrecting god who is reborn through a goddess, which and then there's a branch on his grave, just like Freemasonry. Uh, the piece of the branch it's not planted, they pull it out or whatever. But like it's like how was I going with that? Uh, the the whole thing is it's very ancient. It's it's like the goddess was and some of the things was two goddesses, Isis, Nephthys, Mary and Martha, etc. The but like, and that the god. I mean, it's very interesting when you put it to the Lazarus thing and El Azur and how Hiram is uh, Adoniram and how there's all these. It's like this ancient story of like uh, of like it reminds me of like a Native American story of like how something was made or something like the universe was made or like God made the world like this or something like that type of thing, but like more in like a very brief parable type of thing. Uh, it's hard to explain. It's like because I've always studied the Native American stories, studied it, trying to figure out what the hell they believed, but like just because I'm related to a couple of them.
I got a
But like,
Pueblo clown back here. You see my Pueblo clown?
what is that?
He's a Pueblo clown.
Oh,
You reading a book?
Chester.
It's
Yeah,
connected to the Thunderbird.
in the Sioux they called it the Sioux tribe called it the Heoka.
This is the Illuminati eyeball donut factory.
I thought
Oh
the
yeah,
was like a phoenix.
it'd be cool if we made some vinyls, like make an album and press a bunch of vinyls and fucking hope for the best.
You
know
know,
what I mean?
a lot of these alien abductees, they were visited by owls, and they had like an obsession with owls as well.
Mhm.
I don't know if you've heard about that at all, but
No.
this book I read, Closer Encounters, goes over like I didn't know anything about alien stuff that much, but I read this whole book, so I learned a lot about alien stuff.
Who's the writer on that?
Dr. Jason Reza Georgiani,
Hmm.
and it goes over the whole National Socialist connection. It goes deep into Edward Lytton Buller as well, and goes into the Die Glock and all that. But what interested me was chapter 7 on the trickster archetype, where you have this trickster archetype in all cultures, from Loki
Yeah.
and
Yeah, it's Mercury. So
yeah, oh, Thoth. Thoth
yeah,
is Mercury. So that I'm connecting that straight to the toilet, bro.
well,
Because of the Toto toilets. Toto in Japanese is how you spell Thoth. And
wait,
it,
Toto's relevant, but in another way. That's a word that's used by the Theosophists, and that they encoded it in the Wizard of Oz, the dog, and like
exactly.
it's like I mean like uh, well, it's kind of jumping subjects like Illuminati Hollywood, Theosophy Hollywood. It's like it's like you watch the movie The Sixth Day, and then watch what is the other one? Where Arnold goes to Mars or whatever. Total Recall. Watch
Right.
those two back to back, like literally back to back. Watch them,
Mhm.
and you'll see that it's got the same storyline, but it's different.
Mm.
It's like instead of clones or instead of instead of getting a memory transplant, it's about clones. The 6 days about clones. It's like a play on, in the 6th day God made man or whatever. But like, it's like that those movies, the End of Days movie that Arnold's in. That's a similar type of that's definitely theosophy. It's like the same symbol that's on his helicopter in the 6th day is above the door of a priest who had his tongue cut out. Uh, it's like an H symbol, and then the same symbol, which is like for Jupiter or something or Zeus. It's like you watch Back to the Future, and then there was the car leaves the future, and it goes. I don't know if how fast it's going. 88, I think. I don't know if that's relevant, but but it shows tire marks or something. It shows fire that's making a big H, just like the symbol on Arnold Schwarzenegger's helicopter, just like the symbol above the door in the End of Days movie, with the guy who got his tongue cut out, which is the first degree masonry. But like, oh, I think it's.
I
I'm
got
sure it's
the other
first.
day soundtrack when it came out because there was 2 good songs on it. This is back in the day, you know. You
Oh, yeah.
couldn't.
Well, soundtracks are always good.
Yeah, like it had an Eminem song on it and somebody else, and you couldn't get those songs anywhere else but on that soundtrack. Yeah, back in those Tower Record days, where you had to get an album to listen to it, you know.
Yeah. Yeah, I still got a bunch of albums. I don't buy them or anything. I think the last album I bought was something new. Was some dude that does like uh what's it called, technical metal or something. He's called Buried Alive. He's
Buried Alive.
yeah, but it's like berries.
Oh,
like the
that's
fruit.
cool.
It's like he's making fun of like Cannibal Corpse or something.
That's
But, like,
awesome.
It's pretty good. It's interesting music. It's
You know, I listened to I went to the gym and I asked the lady there, we were talking, she says she's into punk, and I was like, I've been to all the punk shows. I've seen the Vandals, the Circle Jerks, Bad Brains, just went on and on because I like hip hop, you know, but I had to show
Oh, yeah.
my eclectic taste of music. And she told me about this band, and I listened to the whole album. She's like, it's experimental punk music, and it was called, I think, like The Garden or something. And I listened to it, and it was interesting. It was pretty good. I don't think I'll ever listen to it again, but I'm sure the concert would be cool to go to because it was funny. It reminded me of Bloodhound Gang a little bit. I don't know if you ever listened to Bloodhound Gang.
Mm-hmm.
They're hilarious. Like one of their latest albums that came out maybe like 6 years ago. Like you listen to it and you're like, this is hilarious. It's so weird and awkward. It's like awkward.
I didn't even know they were still making them. Wow. That's from when I
Yeah, you got to check up on these old artists. They're still putting stuff out like Guar. Since Odorous Orangus died, like they have a new singer on it, and so like they're still putting out music. So all these bands are still putting stuff out, but usually missing a member or something.
Yeah. Yeah, they're all. Well, that's what's weird. It's like when you're a kid, you like see the music, you know, you see, or even like movie stars or something, but like music, you see these musicians, and it's like you think like, wow, that's what I want to be when I grow up, as a musician or something. And then like, and then you grow up, and then you're like, and then all these famous musicians, it's like you realize that they're all like I don't know, they're all like mental or something. They're like, I mean, I like Ozzy and stuff, but he's like, he's like brain dead almost. like he died at one point falling off a quad, and then he was like definitely fucked up in the head even more. And like,
I really like Black Sabbath, both
oh, yeah.
albums.
Yeah, I like all their albums except
I
for
didn't
the
know
ones.
about I like the first two.
Oh yeah.
I
Well,
couldn't get
I like.
into the other ones.
Well, Ozzy was really he was interesting because he wanted to make Black Sabbath go towards like a horror movie theme, and so like when he went solo, his Ozzy albums were all horror movie themes, and so he was like dressing up like horror movie characters.
Mhm.
I mean,
Yeah.
it's a good pitch because it's like he invented the genre of like horror rock, which ICP uses the rap version, but like,
Yeah, they were dissing him like throughout their career, which was.
yeah, they're ridiculous. They should have been nice.
But they
to
also
Karen.
dissed the Beastie Boys. I'm like, why you gotta diss the Beastie Boys?
Oh yeah, the Beastie Boys are cool.
Yeah, the Beastie Boys were like they made all their like music. I believe.
What's
like,
that? album. It like folds out. And it's got like buildings
Yeah,
on it. Or something.
that was the Hello Nasty album, I think, right? With Intergalactic.
Yeah, I think so. I've got it somewhere, but I'm missing
That
the
was
disc.
such a sick album. And the album was so dope because if you had the CD, there was hidden tracks throughout it. So like the way it was like Intergalactic, the album, you'd watch it play in the time kept getting messed up where it would go negative time, then positive time, the negative time. It was cool.
Yeah,
Tripped me out as a kid.
yeah.
That's cool.
Or
The
maybe
Tool
you're
album
thinking
had
of
that too.
License to, they got the License to Ill.
License to Ill.
License to Ill
Still,
was sick.
yeah. I forget the lyrics.
Did you ever listen to Rundum Jewels?
Oh yeah, I've got the record. It's the one with the fur on it.
Yeah, it it's pretty good. It's not. I like it. It's futuristic.
Yeah, it's what's weird because JJ brought up some weird shit with the Outcast and the whole like rap scene in the South, and it's like whoa, like involved in some alien cult shit.
Yeah,
I
the
started to notice,
aliens.
yeah, like well, like Missy Elliott and the Outcast, they both post something and they'll have a little alien thing with their posts every time, and it's like and like but the it's like there's a weird thing going on where it's like it kind of started with the what was it George Clinton, where it's like his group that he had on stage, it seemed like it was probably like the group started off like a psyop or something. They were distributing drugs like
Yeah,
and like but on stage they would have a giant UFO and like you know how people take their lighters and hold them up at concerts.
Yeah.
Well, so that started from the George Clinton stuff, except they weren't lighters originally. They'd take flashlights and they'd all point their flashlight at the fucking spaceship, and like they were getting beamed up. Uh,
Or like the
it-
Battle of Los Angeles. Yeah.
yeah, like fucking, and it's interesting because it's like the whole culture started from alien cults, consciousness cults, everything that seems to be mainstream is like done by these star cults, the consciousness cults. It's all the same thing, like aliens from Sirius, consciousness from Sirius. It doesn't matter what it is; it always is about Sirius, and that like, you know, I don't know if it's all just fanaticism or if it's all if there's a vast conspiracy of some kind of consciousness from Sirius that is somehow invoking itself into different kinds of cults and religions, and that the people are all just totally brain dead. I mean, that's if I was like super conspiratorial, you know. I don't
no, I
actually
think
believe
that
that.
there's something to it.
What's that?
I think that there's something to it.
The
Like
pluribus show.
it's like
Fucking
the Pluribus show.
yeah, I was talking about that shit for years, and then they make that show. I'm like, somebody listen, somebody stole my fucking shit that I was talking about.
Like in the book The Demon in the Ecker by Joseph Farrell, he goes into different sigils are connected to certain planets, right? And he was going over
Yeah.
plasma being a planet in a sense. So different spots on the earth are ruled by different stars and stuff. This is what the book kind of goes
Yeah.
over. So, like, just something like that, but going into the music and also the different kind of experiments that's going on through the sound vibration and stuff. Like, I think that there's other dimensional stuff for sure happening like that.
Well, if I was to be super conspiratorial on the Bible side of stuff, or
Mhm.
like religious side, it's like the Sirius is according to the stuff. Sirius is the devil or the fruit of the devil.
Oh,
Like this, it's like there's an interesting. Excuse me. Okay, so like the the serpent on the tree with the fruit is Sirius, man takes serious. He eats it. He eats the fruit. He takes the consciousness. Uh, it's like that's what the Satanists believe. It's like they believe that Sirius is Satan and it's God and it's giving us consciousness, and that that's why Blavatsky says, God is the serpent on the tree. She says,
Mhm.
but then she says something that's she also says God is behind the black sun, and that I'm I still haven't fully figured out what that means exactly, what she's saying, but like uh I mean, I think she was a Nazi, but like the but it's like these consciousness cults, the alien stuff. It's like the outer initiates never know what the true thing is. It's one thing it's consciousness, the other thing it's aliens. It's like take the alien cult. It's like they think they're gonna go to the star Sirius on a spaceship. It's like the same storyline, but it's a different story, and that it's all this ruse, and that it's all about securing the one thought of the group. Like the that's why I think when Alice Bailey says the past, present, future, she refers to it as the rhythm, like the rhythm of the rhythm of the consciousness. It's like somehow it seems like when they believe like simultaneously in something of the past, something in the future, and then something in the present simultaneously, it creates like it like locks them into the consciousness or the the mind state or something. But it's very bizarre. I mean, that's what mesmerism is. It's like mesmerism. I mean, it's more than that, but it's like mesmerism and hypnosis. It's like that's what they're doing. Like, and like somehow we aren't hypnotized.
Mhm.
I mean, that's all there is to it.
Mhm. Yeah.
I mean, yeah, like I mean, it's definitely a royal pain in the ass because it's like if I had a bunch of money, I would have so many lawyers filing Freedom of Information Acts about all these cults and stuff and everything I can get on them, all the information I can get because nobody else is gonna do it. Fucking,
Yeah.
uh, we need to all get rich somehow. Like,
Yeah.
so therefore, we need to direct a comedy.
Cool.
Well, I got a scheme I'm working on right now to get rich. I think Danny, you might like this, but you know how like weed brownies are really popular.
Hmm.
So I'm gonna do like this is just an idea, but it's a scheme, and I think I can make some money off of it. But I gotta figure out how to do it properly, legally, and all that. But they would be weed Hamantaschens. Yeah,
That's like a pastry.
it's like a Jewish pastry that people eat on it's Purim.
Yep.
Yeah, and so it'll be the
I
weed
used to be a weed
Hamantaschens.
food technician.
I just got to figure out how I can do it legally. It might not illegally, legally. And maybe I'll
But
do just CBD or something. But I
uh,
think I think it would sell. Like
Yeah.
I think
hmm.
people would
Well,
buy
these are closer edibles, so I mean, stuff like that would definitely have a market. I mean,
Oh, yeah.
it. Wouldn't that
It
be
seems like
hilarious?
my store, I used to have to look for what was kosher. I used to have to tell my colleagues, be like, "Yeah, this has got gelatin. This is not kosher. This is not. This can be kosher. This is kosher. This is kosher. This is not." And like the New York market, and I think the California market of kosher edibles
yeah,
lists also.
because the gelatin has pork.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, it says you could eat pork, but only if it was burnt. So if you make bacon, just extra burn it. I can't eat bacon. It always fucks me up. Like I'm like allergic to it or something. Uh, I think that's why they warn people. Like, don't eat it. It's cursed. It's like burn the shit out of it, burn all of it.
It's not as long as it's not turkey bacon. Turkey bacon stinks. Turkey bacon has the weirdest smell, just so off-putting. There used to be a there used to be a halal cart. They used to make turkey bacon every morning on Broadway, and it would just the whole area would just smell like it. I don't know why. I just never liked it. Love it.
Yeah, I don't eat turkey. They say
Turkey
that some of the
bacon.
tribes didn't eat the turkey; they gave it to the white man, because they're like, "Here, you can have it. We don't want it. We don't eat this shit." I don't know. Only some tribes. Well, I don't think the people I'm related to eat turkey, but it reminds me of a funny scenario that happened the other night when I was playing cards. One of my friends came over and he's like, "Oh, I was at a weed festival and blah blah. And here, try these joints." And I'm like, "Oh, interesting," you know. And they're like smoking these joints, and it's like, and then like somehow I made this joke about how he was forcing me to smoke some kind of trash weed, and like, I turned the tables on him. It's like, "Oh, you're making me smoke this trash, like, get the fuck out of here." I don't know. It was funny at the time. Yeah.
This week, next time we go live, because I'm gonna smoke it. I'll smoke on my drink. Yeah, they'll have them waiting.
Oh yeah.
I just had to separate them because I used to roll my joints pink, and I used to roll my cigarettes in this color, and now I only have it. I don't have pink paper on hand, so I had to separate them. But yeah, my Pablo's Revenge is waiting.
Oh yeah.
I was watching the new, a little out of nowhere, but since we're talking about, secret society stuff, I was watching the new It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia, and the second episode. You saw the second episode of the new season?
I don't know if I've seen the first one's the wedding or something.
It's the wedding, yeah. And so the second,
I think I missed it.
The second one, they Danny DeVito is with a bunch of Shriners, and they're doing a funeral, and the Shriners are all there, and he's wearing the Fez hat and all that. This is kind of strange. It was the last two episodes were a little dark and strange.
Yeah, I definitely seen the first one.
But the thing that's, because I'm a big fan of It's Always Sunny, and I'm always looking for symbolism and ritual and different stuff like that. And one of the things is that Mac, he was pretty much knighted in a sense. He wasn't knighted, but he did a show with one of these big celebrities about football or something, and the king and queen, one of like Prince Charles or one of these kings, was there hanging out with him, and that's a big red flag for me.
Yeah,
I mean, I'll let it slide because I like him a lot, but kind of weird. And just the last two episodes were they usually have a dark type episode here and there, and I get it. You're running out of creative ideas, but
the city people are weird.
Yeah, I don't think I could watch those last two episodes again. Because I would watch their show over and over and over again, but those were kind of dark.
Yeah, the comedies. It seems like they're like it's like chaos. It's all there's just no class to it. It's like I mean, I love the show, but it's like in a way that it's like it's hard to get a laugh without doing something really dumb or saying something.
That's why they say it's called On Crack. That was the first show that a lot of people thought of when they saw it for the first time. Like, damn, it's like Seinfeld, but on crack, literally. But do you ever hear, you ever hear the transgender theory? Like the whole everybody's a tranny theory.
Yeah, so they said I was because my hips. I'm just like saying it's that. What the my hips.
Yeah, I can't
My
do it.
hips don't lie. Someone's like, this guy's hips don't lie. And it was so embarrassing. I was like, oh, damn.
No. Well, there was a theory that Mac is actually a woman, and that whole season where he was fat was when it was also like parallel to when supposedly what's her name was pregnant, and he was actually the one who was pregnant.
Oh,
And
that's hilarious.
But
yeah, so it was, I thought
That's
that was
weird.
kind of funny. You know,
And he's always like, and he's like gay in the show. He's incredible though. Like, there's this episode where he does a ballerina ballet routine, and I cry every time I watch it, and I'm like, it's like really incredible. Like his ability to move. This is what I like about him, is that he's able to do comedy. But this ballerina episode where he's coming out to his dad, who's like this gangster
yeah,
prisoner, it was like he got into such great physical shape, which is an accomplishment right there. But he also learned how to do ballet, and
the,
like the performance moves of it all, that he was doing this with this girl, like symbolically showed something through the dance that I thought was just like spectacular.
oh, it's like the White Swan. I stopped watching it sometimes. I have a TV, but I don't have like TV. I don't have Hulu. I don't have Netflix. I don't have Amazon. I have none of those things. And so only when I lived with my roommate, I was like watching like we'd watch steady shows. And once I got my own apartment without a roommate, I basically completely stopped watching all TV. So I haven't caught up on it. Although I used to love Sunny in Philadelphia. I didn't even finish Game of Thrones. Didn't see the last half of the, but nobody was like, oh my God, watch it. Everyone was like, yeah, it's fine. But like, yeah, I really don't watch TV anymore. And I really do want to catch up on Sunny, because I heard it like really did. I didn't even know it was still on the air, to be honest with you.
Yeah,
Oh,
I
yeah.
think it's like one of the longest running TV shows. And the guy, Mac also made another TV show about creating a video game. And that was also good. It had Rickety Cricket in it, who plays a different character.
Mhm.
But I really like the show. And the only occult connections that I've found so far is that Shriner episode. But they do this ritual as well, and they're like, "This is cool. The Freemasons do it. This is a cool ritual." And they like have this guy, and they do a ceremony, and it's a hilarious episode. But I like.
Danny DeVito was like portrayed as a Shriner, or like
Yeah, he's wearing the hat, and he has all the Shriners, and they're gathering all these clowns for the funeral. It was like, what the heck?
interesting.
Yeah.
Hmm.
And so I like to notate any kind of secret society stuff in anything. And it's always there somewhere, even in Ted Lasso, which has released a new season. Ted Lasso, they get cursed on November 18th. And that's when they have to break the spell. And that's when the Illuminati founder died. It's the 322 day of the year.
Oh, wow.
I feel like even in shows like that, and throughout that whole season, he's talking about the Knights Templars the entire season and reading the Da Vinci Code. So, and the FX logo, if you look at the FX logo, not that one, but the other one, it's the double cross of Lorraine. It's the Knights Templar double cross of Lorraine.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, so this though right there, that's it. Yeah.
Oh, wow. I'm surprised that I'm surprised. I mean, shows you how much power the Freemasons have, because I'm surprised they would allow a character like him to portray a Shriner. Shriners have the whole, squeaky clean look. I mean, although if you watch, did you watch Boardwalk Empire?
My grandma loved that show. She loved it. I've never seen it, but she loved it.
Well, there was a scene where they open up, they bring a truck full of hookers to a party. They back it up, open it up, and it turns out to be a Shriner event. And like everybody's in their fezzes and stuff. And I was shocked because I was like, I'm surprised that people like, nobody objected to them being like portrayed like that. As like, we work with the mafia to get prostitutes.
Oh wow, interesting. Have you ever heard of the connection between John Wayne Gacy and like secret societies?
He used to dress up like a clown, didn't he?
Dressed up like a clown, killed 33 people. Uh, some of the conspiracies I've heard was that his basement where he was doing this stuff, because he was a big politician and he was very connected in politics and all that, that was just his home, but there was other kind of ritualistic stuff going that was bigger than just him.
Oh.
Yeah, I thought it was interesting. Same thing with Dahmer. Like Dahmer,
Right.
like the police allowed it to happen for a while. Like it seems like there was some sort of experimenting going on there
I mean,
too.
it's all like Satanism. It's these. It's like, I mean, JJ where he'd say processed church stuff and all this, but like it's just straight up Satanism.
He had a satanic altar, like
Oh.
that he built. So he was.
Yeah.
I was just gonna mention JJ because JJ and I we were talking about the notorious mobster, Gambino mobster Roy DeMeo and the DeMeo crew in New York, and they had like a specific, like he actually said that the real David Berkowitz was actually, I think if I remember correctly, he said that David Berkowitz was a frame up for Roy DeMeo, who was the actual son of Sam. And what was interesting was because Roy DeMeo, him and his crew had what was called the Gemini method, which they worked out of the Gemini Lounge, and they had a specific murder method where it was described as like a production line. Like they would specifically like kill a person a certain way, drain the blood, chop them up, put them in dumpsters. And there was rumors that they actually practiced blood ritual, like satanic blood rituals with dead people. And and there was one of the members of their crew. I think he was called, what was he called? Not like the vampire or something like that. He had, hold on, I'll find his name in a second. But he lived in the actual apartment behind the Gemini Lounge where they did all this stuff. He literally took a shower in the same shower that they would hang bodies to drain blood out of. And yeah, he literally lived in the apartment. And it's like, there was definitely something like off about, I mean, the whole Gambino family, the whole mafia has a lot of bizarre connections to like like blood ritual. I mean, they're
Oh
omerta
yeah.
blood ritual.
Did I tell you that thing about what the dude from Wales said or whatever, or the Welsh dude? He described the same exact thing as John J. Robeson, except he had never read Proofs of Conspiracy by John J. Robeson, but he said that in England he said that the Hell's Angels would do a ceremony where the person was blindfolded. They were told there was a betrayer of the Hell's Angels, and they would bring in a goat, and that the person would think it was another person, and that they would stab the goat while blindfolded, thinking it's a person, and then the same trial happens to John J. Robeson in the Illuminati when he joined the Illuminati. It's like the Illuminati it's moved. I think it's in ways it's moved on from Freemasonry, except for the Scottish Rite and the Grand Orient and the Mizraim, and I mean possibly even the Blue Lodges of some parts of the country. I mean just based on what you described about all of them being socialists and the way they were acting, it's like, it's and then because like I've never been a Mason, but like my friend's stepdad is, and he's like hardcore socialist, and almost every Mason I know is like hardcore socialist except for the Mormon one, and it's like it seems all very strange. Cooper's allegations of masonry and Illuminati and socialism and stuff, and it's like, uh, and then like the ties with 1700s France, Albert Pike and Levi, Eliphas Levi, and that's that whole thing is, and not to mention Blavatsky and Levi, because both of the writers quote Levi at infinitum, like their whole books are like half Levi, and it's like uh, that something was, it could all be alarm. The whole occultism thing could all be some kind of psychology, and that there could be no ancient thing behind it, but rather that they took something and then adopted new things for it to fit an ancient puzzle, out of like insanity or out of uh, pure convenience. I mean,
Well,
I mean, like, it's. I mean, the whole perfection thing and all this. I don't think it was in the old lodges. Same with the. I don't think that the. I think that the old Masonic ceremony was about Jesus and Lazarus, and that they were. It was like a mimicking or like a replaying of the story. It's just kind of like how it'd be like if there was a religion based off the spirit of Jesus or the Ten Commandments, or well, I mean technically there is, but you get the idea. But like uh the this it's like it's simply some kind of Middle Eastern Christian thing that was brought by the Templars, and the Masons adopted it or were Templars, and that it's like for some reason they believe there was a mystery in the story, 4 days 4 nights, but somehow it's like, I don't know, that one Who is Harima Biff book really is an intense read. It's like really boggles the mind, where it's like Haram Biff being a translation for Adonai Ram and like this other stuff, where it was like the writer was connecting it to everything. He was connecting it all together like really well, and it was like Jesus is like, this writer is like, I mean, he was going into all sorts of aspects of it, like that thing about, I think I brought that quote up where it was talking about the Knights Templar that had done something with a grave, and that impregnated a grave, and that when he came back, he found the skull and crossbones, and that it was his new sign to conquer by, which ironically is the same as the Jesuit in hoc signi. Uh, but like you look at the old Templar cathedral in France, it's got a skull and bones right on the altar. And then I brought up that rose thing with Chartres Cathedral. The four roses, the one in the north is dark. The other four light up during the day. Symbol of the three lights. Um, the is it movable or immovable objects of the lodge. I can't remember what it's called. Uh, it's like certain objects are movable and certain objects are immovable. I can't remember the reason behind it. Yeah, but like consider, like, okay, you walk into a church, uh the altar is the grave of the god, and the book is the sprig of acacia, that so it doesn't matter what the book is. So like whatever the religious book may it be, it doesn't matter, because it's just a symbol of the sprig of the acacia and the mystery of, and it's like, like in biblical sense, the term branch is emphasized in the New Testament. I'm pretty sure the Old Testament as well. Uh, yeah.
Yeah, the back to the David Berkowitz thing. Before I forget about this, this is something I've been looking into. I'm gonna sneeze. Okay, it went away. Good, because Samurai never sneezes. A samurai never sneezes.
Hiya.
The David Berkowitz was working, I guess, with a whole network, and he was just the fall guy. And they arrested him on the helical rising of Sirius, August 10th. This is the same day that
Oh wow.
Jeffrey hung himself as well. This is a huge day, August 10th. Albert
Wow, I didn't know.
Pike.
I thought
Mhm.
it was just the dog connecting it with Sirius. I didn't know that he was arrested on the
He was like
rising of Sirius.
literally, yeah,
Wow.
the guy talking to his dog.
He did it on purpose, I bet.
Yeah,
He turned
and like
himself in. Oh, sorry.
for sure, for sure. And the other thing is the Gemini Lounge. I just knew the Heavy Metal King song called Gemini Lounge, but I didn't know that was like a whole thing. So that was interesting.
Hmm. Yeah, there's a lot of zodiacal stuff. I mean, I told you about how I think the zodiac is like a spell.
The
That it really
Zodiac.
wasn't. Yeah, like the idea of having a zodiac sign. It's like it wasn't really a like in a broad sense. It may have been used like Native American tribes, where the Native American tribes were after certain stars, like the birds, the bear, the turtle, and all that. Like the well, I guess it depends on which tribe you are, but some of them are, but like consider like if all the tribes of ancient Israel were each one represented a zodiac, but it's like
Yeah.
it's not like they thought that they had a zodiac sign. It was like they thought it's just like the Native American stuff. It's like the one part of the land was like in the stars in this spot, and then the other part was like in the stars in the other spot, and like and that well, I don't think there's any occult reason or anything where the tribe of Judah conquered the rest, but like the simplicity of its origins, how like in ancient times, like how natives carried on the tradition of the stars and the tribe, like Thunderbird and stuff. Like I forget what the two birds are, but they say that. Well, I think that America and Mexico are the literally like their symbol is the two birds that was known to the tribes.
I was on the whatchamacallit, on the Ark of the Covenant was two, was it like two eagles,
Oh,
two birds?
it's interesting, huh?
The Thunderbird, the Pueblo clown that I got back here, and I could be wrong, but the Pueblo clown got to communicate with the Thunderbird or see the Thunderbird, and then he would do a dance performance for everybody, from my
Yeah.
understanding. I
Well,
live
this
right by Thunderbird Road.
I think that the Thunderbird thing. I think it's connected with the ancient Hebrew stuff, just like how I was saying the word for Sirius, where
Mhm.
it's like there was a story in like ancient Hebrew where it's like is called Ziz is the Z's bird, and it was like its wings would block out the sun. It would like put out an egg that would destroy 3 cities or something. Like the it's like but it came in like a set where it was like the air destroyer, the Leviathan, the water destroyer, and then the bull, which was the Abaddon or Apollyon, which was the land destroyer. And so like
Interesting.
in the ancient story or whatever, it was saying that they feasted off the beasts somehow. It was some sort of metaphorical or literal, I would assume metaphorical, some sort of metaphorical feast, and like I think that's where the Christians got the feasting off the fish. And
I thought,
yeah, but like the Ziz bird was also the griffin. Uh,
Yeah, I'm looking at the picture right now. It's crazy, crazy looking.
the fish, and was because of the age of Pisces.
Well, this fish on the Wikipedia looks like an Ouroboros, like the fish eating its own tail. I don't know if you've seen
yeah,
that symbol on the Wikipedia of it.
well, it's like one of the oldest depictions of Jesus I could find was like inscribed on some key wall or some shit. I don't remember what it was, but it had him holding a fish above his head, which would be like Leviathan, and then he was standing on a crocodile, which would be Sobek, which would be uh, it's Egyptian for the number 7,
Hmm.
which it's relative to like Saturn and the Sun. The
Hmm.
6th and the 7th were like grouped together for some reason, but like
6'7".
but like it was like it seemed like some of that symbol later got it went like two ways. One with the fishes, one it turned into two fish. The other it went to two snakes, and the Leviathan turned to the snake, and so but Leviathan would be uh death within life, but so back the crocodile would be like death of death or something, or I can't remember how it went, but like so it's like it's showing that the dude, he's holding the fish, standing the crocodile. He's mastered the both realms. He's mastered the Leviathan, and he's mastered uh, the password of Sobek. He knows the secret word, the lost word of God or whatever.
My friend said that Sobe, he connected the drink Sobe to Sobek because it's that like crocodile thing.
Yeah,
And then he also connected Capri Sun to Capri, the sun god,
yeah.
the
I
drink.
forget what Sobek was in astronomy.
Uh,
It's relevant.
like everything seems to be connected to like the same thing. It's always like the sun or something.
Well, it's like that's the universal thing with all these different cultures. I mean, besides like South Americans that were in the deep jungle and couldn't even see the sky, but
Mhm.
like they were all seeing the sky at night. They had the story of the stars, which it's like they only had one story, and it's like Jordan Maxwell says, like they had one story, and that story had everything. And that's what seems to be like, you look at ancient books of the ancient world and stuff. It's like it's talking about everything. It's like you look at the Bible. There's like 600 plants or something listed. Uh, the it's like it had star knowledge, plant knowledge, life knowledge, these scenarios of gods or angels that were, because I think a lot of the Old Testament characters were gods or angels or something, but like that they were having these uh interactions, and that it was like symbolic of the universe, but at the same time some sort of it could be learned upon, as some sort of code of morality, like like that's it's very interesting. I mean, it's something I've been looking into for quite some time. Like think of like how Terrence McKenna says he's like describing what a hologram is, and he's like you could take or was it a hologram or was it a? Yeah, I think he was talking about a hologram. You take a piece of the hologram, and you still have the main picture, but you don't have the greater details. And so it's like the ancient Bible and stuff is like it's like a piece of a hologram where it's like it can be unfolded in different ways, like in that it's like it has many. I mean, that's what Kabbalism is. It seems it's like it's showing correlations in the stories with other parts of the stories or different books, and it's like a moving story where it's like to truly understand like one simple verse, you have to like understand every word that corresponds in the what is that called, the Templar was the Atbash cipher, but it was Tamira or Notariacon and Kabbalah, whereas
Mhm.
the like A was Z, B was X, C was Y, but like then then you'd have to understand the gematria, the words that correlate in the gematria, and then you have to understand the what is it called, the acronym one, the acronym one in Kabbalah, where it's like it's an acronym.
Frostic.
It's like what
Frostic.
that, yeah, it's like it's got, the story is fucking like holographic in nature. It's like it can unfold so many different ways. It's like
Mhm.
whoever wrote it was like you know I mean,
I'm gonna head out because I gotta give my
okay,
cat some medicine and stuff.
one
But
more quick fact
yeah,
that I was researching about it is like, okay, so if you take the number of God, which is 26, and then
mhm.
you multiply it by itself, it equals 676. And then if you do the next step and cube it, it becomes some giant number. And you take that giant number and then you compare it and you add up every letter in the Torah in gematria, and that number is the same number when you add up the entire book into gematria. It becomes, it's the same number if you take 676 cubed, uh,
Oh,
which is,
interesting.
and 676 itself is a number in gematria of both Hebrew and Greek. I'm pretty sure. I know
Man, you
it's
can
in
probably
Hebrew.
get so much like down with the AI with that. I've never heard that. That's wild. I'm gonna look into that. That's incredible. But I'm gonna go give this cat some medicine and get some dinner. But I'm gonna keep on listening.
Oh
Yeah,
yeah,
I'll probably hang out for maybe until about 3, and then I gotta.
Yes, please stay on as late as possible because I'm
but,
always listening. So I'll
nice.
Yeah,
see you
Oh yeah,
soon.
good to
it's
have
cool
you
hanging
on.
out.
Yeah, I'll see you soon.
Cool. Take it
Take
easy.
it easy.
Peace.
Then there were two.
Todd will be proud. Okay. What is in the comments here? Oh, okay. Yeah,
I always forget to check the comments. If
yeah.
anything pops up, let me know quick. Let me know. I always forget to check.
Oh yeah, it was just in the private chat. Don't know the scene. He had to go before he said it out loud.
Oh,
Yeah, freaking like seems like podcasts and all this talking always hurts your face.
what?
Seems like it makes the muscles work on your face hardcore.
Yeah. I mean, I'm always moving it around because I'm still. I should start putting it on my computer, but I always got into the habit of using my phone, and I do. For I always like, I guess 'cause it allows me to run around, you know. But I found that because like my computer was running slow for some reason, and I looked up, and I found this guy on Facebook Reels who gives you advice on like your computer. So he's like, "Oh, if your computer is running slow, go to do this and this, and Windows will fix any corrupted or any damaged files." And I'm like, "Oh, sweet!" So I did that, and sure enough, it was it fixed it, so I can but
Oh,
you
that's
know,
cool.
yeah.
No,
So,
yeah, yeah. Sometimes if you like go back to it's like recovery dates or some shit. I always
uh,
make sure I get all my files off or whatever before. Uh,
I don't want the new Windows that came out. It apparently it takes like a screenshot like every second or so,
oh,
and
I
basically
swear it makes my screenshots disappear. Like in my screenshot folder when I'm taking conspiracy notes, I
yeah.
swear like half of them disappear, and it's like, what the fuck is going on? Like fucking I don't know. The computers are fucking retarded. Makes me want a cigarette. Fucking computers.
Yeah.
I
No,
mean, I should be on Linux right now. I like Windows just because it seems I don't know. It's just I just like I don't even play video games in computers, but that's the only reason I would always keep Windows is to play video games.
yeah, that's true. But now I think you can play everything on Linux. Like everything has the Linux. It'll operate on it. So but I remember, yeah, you used to have it for Windows only.
Well, you can emulate Windows through Linux. Oh my god!
I don't know too much about it. So
But it's what is that called? It's damn it, I forget the word. It's like a partitioned. No, it's like you make a computer a virtual operating system. That's what it's called. Oh, where'd he go? Oh, I'm gonna grab a cigarette real quick. I'll put the link out in case he's. Yeah, you make a virtual operating system inside of. Oh, let's see. Oh, there's.
yeah, I accidentally clicked back on my phone and
Yeah, a
it sent
virtual
me.
operating system inside of the computer. So I mean, technically, I have a theory that works on this, where it's like you'd have to have like a supercomputer. So like the virtual operating system, it's like a partitioned operating system that's not inside of your computer's operating system, and it's like you've made a wormhole, but then so if you do it again and again and again, you could
Yeah,
do it infinitely. But like uh, it's I mean, the idea seems like it could be like engineering wise abusable with computer stuff, but
yeah.
like uh I mean, I'm not sure what anybody could do with it, but well, I mean, what I would do with it is run programs to run. Well, my idea was it was like a mathematical uh uh what is that term? Commensurability. It was a mathematical commensurability detector, which basically would detect when mathematics was unstable in reality. but
Cool.
to like have like the most in-depth analysis with the instability of mathematics, you would run infinite virtual operating systems inside of infinite virtual operating systems, and so
Good
like
Lord.
and then you would like this would all happen. It would all be happening simultaneously. They would all infinitely start crawling into the wormhole of the cyber world or whatever, and with the virtual operating inside of itself or whatever. But then it would start a program, and then it would run number equations uh, to a point of basically to where the commensurability would detect
Mhm.
incommensurability, and so then once incommensurability took place, it would stop the equation, and then it would ring the bell on the detector.
Good
And
Lord.
so uh, think of it like a. I mean, it could be like a way to, like detect ghosts or something.
Yeah.
You got the
I,
instability detector.
yeah, I don't know much about. I'm just when it comes to computers, I don't know too much. All I used to do like when I was a teenager, we used to hack into people's computers. We used to do but like we were script kiddies with sub 7, and that's the only thing that was the most advanced I ever got with computers.
Oh
Just
yeah.
hacking into random people's computers and looking around. It's
Hmm.
fun, but
Yeah,
yeah,
I've never really hacked or anything. I just like. Uh, I was gonna grab a cigarette.
it was a program called Sub 7, and you downloaded it, you installed it, obviously, and what you would do is you would send somebody the server, and what you would do is you'd make the server. It would look like you could make it look like anything you wanted. So you could make it be like Wolfenstein. You could use any icon and any name, and then you could create an error message. You could create like a standard error message, doesn't execute, or it can be like, "Screw you, motherfucker! I just hacked your computer, bitch. What are you gonna do?" And you could like go and you could find all their passwords would come up. You could look through all their files. You could flip their screen over. You could delete their um what's that file that every computer used to have, that if was like, what was it, run 32, or I forgot what it was called. You could delete their entire computer. You could make them print stuff, you know
Hmm.
and sometimes it was just fun just to do that,
Uh,
just to like hack random people, hack your friends. But one of the funniest things was one time I wanted to get back at this kid. And so I went into remember Leet, Leet?
I'm
It was
not
like
familiar.
it was on AOL. It was like a hacker chat. It was like the hacker chat room. So I went in there and started bothering people, like, send me a punter. I need a punter. Send me a punter. And finally someone's like, bro, I sent it. Now fuck off. And I knew it was gonna be like a ridiculous virus. And so I wrote this like couple of emails to a bunch of random people who had Magic the Gathering in their profile. I made like a screen name, and I was like, "We have a test run of a Magic the Gathering computer game. Would you
Uh,
like to test it out?" And I've like just responded yes, and like a few people, including the kid I knew, responded with yes. So I sent it to him, and I just heard what happened because I was not in Hebrew school anymore at the time. He was the kid I went to Hebrew school with. But apparently, whatever it was, absolutely decimated his computer. So those were the days.
oh, yeah. Yeah.
But yeah, that was fun times. But yeah,
I'm smoking a cigarette. El
yeah,
cigaretto. I need to quit smoking.
yeah. I gotta cut down. I've been smoking a lot, but I've been stressed out. So
Yeah, freaking. I don't even know what I'm stressed out about.
I'm sure if you sat and thought about it, you could figure a few things out. I know what I'm stressed about. I gotta call my old union boss tomorrow and ask him why he's so scared of Mom Donnie. So
Oh yeah,
I want to find out why he allows himself to be treated like a bitch. You know,
yeah,
uh, I'm not gonna state my opinions publicly on why, but I want to know why he lets himself. Why he doesn't step up and fight
I've
back. You know.
I've seen a lot of stuff on Twitter about Mandami or whatever stuff that he's like connected to Islam, the radical part, stuff that he's like connected to communism.
Yeah.
He said that he's going to implement communism in New York. It's like, oh, that just, I don't know. The only way to would, I mean, it's like the government's taxing all the businesses so much. Might as well be like, I mean, I don't know. It's like if the government makes, this is where I don't believe capitalism is happening right now. If
Yeah.
because like we can't go to a city and buy up every storefront in the downtown area, and we can't start as many bars as we want.
Yeah.
Just a regular bar. Um, there's a limited amount of licensing, and it's like they're locking people out of doing business and having a free enterprise or free market. It's like until the day comes when somebody can make 50 bars in one small town.
Yeah. Yeah.
Only then will there be a free market. Uh, that's
How it should be.
Yeah, because I was bringing up how they were trying to set the price of beef, and it's like why would the federal government set the price of beef? Like, what is going on here? Like, this doesn't seem like it should be a thing. Like,
Yeah.
it seems like it'd violate the 10th Amendment in some way.
Yeah. In New York, they're telling like centers and places that take money. Well, taxing, but like city money, like senior centers and stuff like that. Like they're telling them that you have to serve plant-based meals. And I was talking to my elderly neighbor because she goes to like a lot of these senior centers to get like for lunch and breakfast and whatnot. And I'm like, wait, why would they tell you like what? Why? Like, why are they telling you what to eat? Like, who the hell are they? If you want to have falafel, fine. If you want to have flank steak, that's fine too. Like, if you want to have chicken, why are they telling you what to eat? And apparently that's something new, but that's a big part of it is control. I mean, when communist systems have always been about like,
Yeah,
calorie
control.
control, you know.
Yeah, it's all. I mean, there's no prosperity in it because nobody wants to work because they're just getting the rations from the government, and it's like,
Yeah.
I mean, that's the situation the world is in right now. It's like the government won't allow a free market, and so real, authentic, organic business isn't happening. And like
No.
it's a complete. They're controlling the economy. That's why Cooper says he says the world government was created when the world economy was created. He
Well, yeah,
says
yeah,
that's when it was created, and
yeah.
and I do believe that it exists, world government, in a way that's outside of like our well, I mean, everything that goes on. It's like I don't know, all the
Well,
UN stuff.
for
What,
most of American history, we built our own shit and we heavily tariffed and taxed anything that was brought in, you know. And now we build nothing. We bring every stupid little thing in, you
yeah,
know, and like that's a world economy. That's like an economy that's like that's
yeah. It's
and
like
now they want to microize it. What's up?
the leftists were talking about the beef tariff thing. They're like, oh, the tariffs were too high, and it's like, well, if America had like some sort of production power of its own, then because it's like we're relying on China for 70% of the medicine.
Yeah,
We're relying on beef from South America. We're relying on all these different countries for all these different things, and that like all these city planners and stuff, they're not using they're not creating things in a way that's like efficient, and that the I mean like think about how there used to be so many trains. I mean, like
yeah,
that should become a thing again. It's like trains should be everywhere. People should be able to pay $5 and get on a train and go to California or something if they want.
Yeah.
Uh,
Meanwhile, in California, they tried to build one line and it took $1 billion and they still haven't finished it. I don't even think they've gotten halfway through it.
yeah,
And, you know, but
yeah.
it's become
If
like
the
Brazil.
government wanted to, I'm normally against government intervention and stuff, but if they wanted to do something that was communistic in nature, that was something that was actually good, it would be to make a free transportation system in the whole country where anybody could go anywhere for free. Uh, that would solve like everything.
Yeah.
Uh,
That's what the interstate system was built for, for us to be able to rapidly go from one place to another. But yeah, no, now like I mean, I heard they just close a Tyson factory like in somewhere in the Midwest.
oh yeah,
They just closed like
there's been a lot of new chicken factories or farms, and it seems like it's slowly changing a little bit with farming and stuff like chickens and cows and stuff. But
Hmm.
I mean, like all the, I mean, technically the federal government owns 28% of the land in the states.
Yeah.
They never sold it to them or anything, but like, I mean, most of it's probably mountains and stuff. But like,
Hmm.
but it's like some of the biggest. Well, here's what's so ironic about all the other conspiracy theorists who want to blame everything on Jewish people. It's like they 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 think it's all that, but like if you look up the 10 biggest owners in the United States, none of them are Jewish, and it's like, well, where's the conspiracy? It's like,
Yeah.
um, but like those landowners, though, they should be farming instead of they should be logging those trees off and farming.
Yeah.
Uh,
I mean, even in upstate New York right now, they're confiscating farmland to put solar panels up. And it's like, well, why don't you put solar panels on buildings? Why don't
yeah,
you put solar panels on parking lots? Why don't you put solar panels in places that are like, why would you take farmland and ruin it with, perfectly good land that you could grow stuff on and ruin it with
uh,
solar panels? Like for what?
well, I seen that there was games being played in the '90s when I was a kid. So we had a farm, and like the so it's like they would pay us, well, not us, but my stepdad. They would pay him to have corn in one field, and like, well,
Yeah.
he'd have corn, soy, or wheat. It would always rotate, and if he rotated according to what the government wanted, he got more money. But then if he also had fields that were totally barren, they also paid him like the same amount to leave the field barren. Uh, so it was a strange situation. It was like, uh,
Yeah. I mean that's the sad part of it is like, people want to do homesteading, which I think is great, but we should have like for cities, like we should be making all our own stuff. We shouldn't be importing anything.
yeah,
And I have a friend who thinks that Trump does want to bring back industry, but it would take at least 10 years just to get the infrastructure going again, just to invest in the factory to rebuild the Rust Belt back into operational, you know,
oh yeah,
factories, and you'd have to rebuild them. You'd have to get them operational. And the way the United States does things, it would cost so much money, because they can't do anything for cheap and they don't want to cut the budgets they already have,
yeah.
you know.
They need to start making cars with just full carbon fiber cars.
Mhm.
Freaking put like a little motorcycle engine in them. It'd probably be more gas efficient than anything.
First Honda, the S800 and the S600 had a motorcycle engine. But
Oh yeah,
I mean, the thing is like, I think the car industry is going to crash. I think the car industry, like, no pun intended, but I think that the car industry is on its way out because nobody's buying new cars anymore, and the repossessions are the highest they've ever been. And what they're doing is they're giving out, like before the 2008 housing crash, like in the year during the 90s and everything, they were giving out what were called ninja loans, not just because they were really fast, but they were an acronym for
Yeah,
no income, no justifiable assets.
yeah, I
And they're
remember.
giving these loans out to people to buy $65,000, $85,000 pickup trucks that the interests are really high. They don't pay them off, they repossess them, and then that's happening. And like nobody's really buying, nobody wants these new cars. The used car market's the best it's ever been, you know, because people
Yeah,
want older cars again.
yeah, I've seen cars for like $1,000 that were running and decent for $1,000.
Yeah.
I mean, it probably varies depending on if the state has emissions regulations and stuff, but
Yeah.
technically Michigan doesn't.
Yeah. I mean, like, that's why I don't want to get rid of my car. People used to tell me, oh, buy a new car. And I'm like, for what? For something comfortable to sit in on alternate side days? I'm
Well,
like,
if anything, just buy the same car but like a lower mile version.
yeah, I don't know if it'd be possible. My car is a 2001. I probably have the lowest mileage one on the road right now, and it's 100,000, and it just reached 100,000 miles.
Yeah, you'd have to get one from like Arizona or something. Uh, I mean, you might be able to find one in California or like the West Coast, like Oregon or something.
I mean, if you have these low mileage older cars now, like, people are paying good money for them just because of how, like, nobody wants these new cars with the Big Brother technology. Nobody
Oh yeah,
wants, you know. It reads the steering wheel. The steering wheel takes your fingerprints and sends it to the local PD to see if you're wanted for anything. You heard about that guy who had a Ford Bronco? It shut down on him in the middle of the highway because he missed a payment.
oh Jesus,
Yep.
yeah. The Yeah, I've been trying to learn about how to de-technology cars just for like my own car type of thing. I mean, I don't even have a new car. My car's over 20 years old, but
No, you're good on that. Then I don't think
yeah,
it's possible. To be honest with you, I don't think it's possible. I don't think that these new cars, because there is so much technology. I mean, they got modems in them. Like, I saw a video about how to remove the modem from one of the new Toyota RAV4s. But if these things have if these things are supposed to be able to follow your eyes, I heard my uncle told me today because my cousin has a Tesla, and he told me he's like, if you take your eyes off the road, it like beeps at you,
yeah,
like it knows if you're watching the road.
yeah,
I don't want that. We don't In my job we have a brand new van. It's like I think it's a 2023 maybe, or 20 something. I think it's a 2023. And nobody likes using it because everything you do, it beeps at you. It's just constantly beeping at you for stupid nonsense, you know?
yeah,
Like you have a car comes up on the side of you, beep, 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 beep. You back into the spot, it beep, 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 beep. It's like, shut up.
oh yeah.
Yeah.
I want to get like a '92 Mercedes.
Oh, that'd be sick.
Yeah, like either inline six or maybe a V8. Probably like an inline six though, because I mean like uh, my friend had one that was like an '87 or something, but it was a 4 cylinder. He had a
Mhm.
stick shift one somehow. It was like miraculous because you never see those. But it was like the smallest car, but the seats were comfortable. It rode nice. Like, it was just the comfortable thing because it's like every car I sit in, it seems like the seats are weird or something. They're like, I don't know. It's like the old cars. I don't know. All the new cars, I just hate the seats. Like even like 2000s cars, it's like something about the seats are weird. It's like I don't know.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna save up my race car seat. Not. uh,
Yeah.
yeah, like I gotta figure out how to fix the headliner of my car, and then freaking 'cause it's all like saggy in spots, but not like bad or anything. But
Yeah.
then like the freaking what was it? The sunroof was like had like foam rot or something, and like the cloth got stuck, so the sunroof is like jammed open, but not like the glass part, just the the other thing. Yeah, then like there's some kind of like thing going on where it's like if you like, I think it's just from the exhaust being fucked up. Um, I gotta fix the exhaust.
Yeah. I got to take my car in for an inspection in September, and I got to see if I got to get the 100,000 mile tune up done. I'm just trying to remember if I just can't remember. Like, I could have sworn we did it already. I could have sworn I did it like 98,000 miles. I got but I
They
pumped it
probably
with.
got a record of it.
Well, that's what I thought. I've been bringing it to the same shop for the past like 2 years, and he said we didn't. And I'm like, oh. And I used to save the receipts, and I tossed them all. But I'm gonna check in the car again, see if I have the last receipts done. But I don't
Oh
remember if
yeah,
he told me we had to do it or the last year when we did. But no, last year I just did. What work did I? I can't remember what work I had. I had to bring it in for an inspection but because I don't drive it so much. There was like part of the computer. There's a computer like in an emissions thing that they have to do, and it has to. You need to run the car for like an hour at highway speeds, or like you have to run it consistently to reset the computer to so they can read the emissions on it. And so I had to do that. But I thought we had work done that time. I thought I had some work done on it. And I thought that was the work I had done before we got the inspection done. But I guess I don't know. I gotta see. But
you can tell if the timing belt's bad if it's like if it seems like uh if it seems like it's slower a little bit maybe, or
well, they
it can strat. Well, I guess maybe you should look up what kind of timing belt it is,
well
because like
yeah. But,
like plastic ones you definitely want to change, but like if it's metal and it still runs good, it could be totally fine. I mean,
well, they just said that at 100,000 miles, it's good to like do certain things, and one of the things was changing the timing belt. So that's why I might pop the hood. If I go, I have to go tomorrow and sit with it. I'm gonna move it to the other side for alternate side. So I want to take a look. I'm gonna pop the hood open and take a look and see if it looks new or if it looks like it's been running for 100,000 miles in 25 years. But I have to see what I have to like. See what I have to see what I'll do with it. But yeah. I don't want to put
but
all that money into it if it's already been done, obviously. But I do trust my mechanic. He's been pretty solid the past couple of years that I've been going to him. So
but well, if it hasn't had a lot of weight in the van, it should be good. I mean,
yeah,
how many miles are in it?
100,000, just over
Oh,
like maybe 100,600 right now, maybe something like that.
hmm. I mean,
Yeah.
it might be good. Sometimes, what was it? If it's not broke, don't fix it type thing.
Yeah, that's true. But the thing is, I do take it like when I do use it, I use it for like driving long distance. So I want to make sure that I don't get stuck somewhere, especially because in New York, AAA takes 10 minutes to get to my house. Whereas if I'm in the middle of New Jersey, it could take like 3 hours to get to me if I, God forbid, need it. So
Oh yeah.
you know.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't really drive very much. I'm already traumatized from all my cars breaking down. So it's like, well,
My
looks like I'm walking. No.
my big fear is running out of gas. I had a friend of mine who he was getting his life back together, so I'm like, I'll drive you to work. And I met him out on Long Island, and I was driving him to the location, and I was really low, like my light was on, and I was having a conniption because I'm like, oh my god, I'm gonna run out of gas. He's like, no, you're not. You have more gas than you think. It just puts the light on to get you warm. I'm like, you better be right about this. And yeah, sure enough, we made it. I had no problem. I filled it up then and there.
Oh yeah.
Took
Yeah.
15 minutes, but
You just don't want to do that unless it's like an emergency 'cause you're bad on the fuel pump.
yeah, yeah. I try to fill it up every when it's like, when it's at about a quarter of a tank or so. You know, I always, and when I'm in Pennsylvania, because it's so much cheaper over there, um, I usually try to fill up. I usually fill up before I go there. When I get down there, and then before I leave, I'll fill the tank again because it's so much cheaper.
Oh yeah. Yeah, gas sucks. Freaking yeah, it's freaking hate gas prices. I just don't drive anywhere. I need to get a job or something. Freaking yeah, freaking it sucks being stuck out like in the middle of nowhere. It's like there's nothing to like. I don't know. I just hate driving long distances. I don't want to drive like an hour to go work some stupid factory or something. Uh, the I don't know. I need to just like work on cars or something.
Yeah, I want to learn to work on. I want to learn to work on it. I also want to pick up. I want to look into getting some parts for it, just if in case I, God forbid, need any. I'll have them on hand. But
Oh yeah, what? Sometimes have you ever had the struts replaced in the car?
the what?
You ever had the struts replaced?
Stretcher place?
The struts?
Oh, the struts.
Yeah, yeah.
Um, I think I had one strut replaced, and I know I had the. Oh no, I did have other struts. Yeah, no, I did have all four replaced. Yeah.
Oh yeah. Yeah, have you had the alternator replaced?
No, alternator's never been replaced. Just the transmission's been rebuilt twice. Um,
Thanks.
yeah, well, the first time we went to my dad's mechanic, and my dad's mechanic was a jerk off, and he gave it to two Russians to rebuild in their yard,
Oh yeah,
which
they fucked
would
it
have been
up.
fine, but it was not professionally done. So when it broke again, my parents were going to get rid of it, and I'm like, listen, I'll pay for it to get rebuilt at my guy's shop because I had a Russian
Yeah,
guy. This guy was like, but this was a Russian guy with a shop, so you knew it was going to get done well. And
yeah.
he built it the second time and been fine. I had the struts replaced. I think I had there was something else in that was part of the um not the struts, something else with the act with
Sway bar or something.
I don't remember what it was. It was something else that has to do with like the springs. I can't remember the name of it, but those were
Oh yeah.
replaced. The catalytic converter was replaced, but that's because it was stolen.
Oh yeah.
I
You
actually
probably
want
get
to
a
get
new alternator for sure.
what's up?
You probably want to get a new alternator. I mean, usually 100,000 miles, those can go out. Just make sure you get an expensive one. 'Cause freaking, if you go cheap, they can break again.
Yeah. Well, thankfully I didn't have that problem. The problem was just the battery the last time, but the batteries that it was the terminals that needed to be replaced the last time. The terminals were replaced. Um, and oh, I got the windshield wiper. The windshield wiper was the tubing had to be fixed. That was fine. And the windshield wipers had, yeah, that was okay.
Right. Sometimes bearings too, but bearings you'll definitely start hearing it if they go out.
Yeah.
But like once you start hearing it, you definitely want to get them fixed. Freaking
Yeah. So much to go wrong on a car. That's why I like having something old because it's cheap to work on, cheap to fix. Parts are readily available. These new cars with all these computers, um, he, uh, he gave, all this new stuff to go wrong is just like frustrating, you know?
yeah, wiring nightmare. I've
Yeah.
thought about going through my whole car and just straight up, instead of having plugins, just straight up solder every wire in. And just like, I mean, it's just, it's like the older cars, all the cars are, uh, I mean, the wiring harness can go bad sometimes. Like, it's really bad for Mercedes that are after 1992.
Mhm.
Like, the wiring harness, because before 93, the wiring harness was made with like real rubber and not soy. Uh, and so like, like uh, all the modern cars all have soy wires, and it's like the wires. If sometimes the wires can disintegrate. They can become like mice like to chew them. Like freaking. It's like I don't know. I've thought about just trying to like go into like fully rewiring cars. Like just to get rid of the wires, like solder them in, or 'cause sometimes the clips. Like one time my car wouldn't start, and fucking, and I just could not figure it out. And then like my friend comes over and he's like, he unplugs the timing, the timing thing.
Mhm.
And he plugs it back in, and then it starts. I'm like, ah, motherfucker.
Yeah.
I mean, like for racing and stuff, like people, there's all these tricks that people would do with the older engines, where like
Yeah.
they would make the spark plugs go in further, or no, they'd put a spacer on it. They'd put a washer on the spark plug, so then
Mhm.
the chamber had like a tiny bit more room, and then they would like there's a bunch of little tricks and stuff, but like uh
Yeah.
what was I gonna, something about the yeah, the
Rewiring.
wires, the like if you had the wires like soldered to everything, even the spark plugs, like it, I think it would run flawlessly. Because I don't know, I just fucking hate cars that are like fucking everything's like rinky dink or something, and everything's just garbage. It's like I don't know. It's like
Yeah.
they're just, there's a lot of inefficiency going on, I think.
Yeah. That's
My
why. That's why that's like I said. We in America when we had that incident, when they destroyed all those old cars, the buyback program, and that was one of the stupidest things people ever fell for. Because all those cars, like all those really good, efficient cars, like we used to have it in America, like we used to be able, like yeah, like I told you, in Israel they used to keep old cars around for like new drivers or people who needed something like cheap to
yeah,
run. And there was always a market for new cars. There were plenty of people buying brand new cars, but
yeah.
it was also good to keep, it's like, all right, I need a Beta. Like we don't have Betas anymore.
Well, there's a YouTuber. The hell is the name of them? There's some kind of car people that like they're in a junkyard and they like break cars or something. I used to watch this sometimes just because it was semi entertaining, but like one of the videos, I quit watching it because they had a car. It was like a Honda 4-door from the '90s with like
Yeah.
40,000 miles or something, and
Mm,
like they completely destroyed it, and then they destroyed the engine. Fucking
what a bunch of assholes.
well, I wrote in the comments, I was like, somebody could have bought that car that needed to, that had a shitty job and needed a car, and you
Yeah.
destroyed it, and like, and the dude like apologized in the comments. It was, and he was a big YouTuber too. I mean, he still does this thing or whatever, but like,
Yeah.
he apologized in the comments because he knew it was like, sometimes I don't know. He knew I was like, "What the fuck? This is bullshit." You know, you
Yeah.
don't take a perfectly good car and just destroy it.
Yeah.
Uh,
I mean, I like watching that Auto Parts City guy, but even the guy from Auto Parts City, when he sees like he doesn't like if a car comes in and it has some kind of use still, like it's not rusted up, it's not complete piece of junk, like, and it still runs or it needs very minimal work, then whatchamacallit, then he'll put it to auction, he'll sell it, or even like one of his colleagues will take it. They'll be like, oh, a 200,000-mile Toyota Camry, I'm gonna give it to my kid, and he'll buy it from them. He'll buy it from the junkyard for themselves. Like, old cars have a use, but now I know they ship a lot of them off to like Africa and South America, you know, instead of
yeah.
rebuilding them. But it's usually those are the ones that usually have serious damage.
Well,
You
some
know.
of them, I thought it was interesting what this one company was doing. I think it's what's the name of it? I forget the name of the company, but they were taking 1980s Jaguar XJSs. It's like a two-door one. It's like some of them came in V12s and like yeah, some of them came in V12s, and they were taking them, and they were basically like mod the shit out of them, just like making them into like a super car, reselling them. But like I forget the name of it, but it's like they turned them into like fucking badass fucking like Ferrari beaters basically,
Hmm.
and like fucking I don't know. It'd be cool to start a company that does that. Like take some kind of car that everybody's seen the car a million times and was like, I want. It'd be so cool to like make that have that car decked out or something like how everybody wants the was the Nissan 240 or whatever, but
Mm.
then they want to make it rear wheel drive and all this stuff like fucking I don't know, like I mean, like, take all the old Mercedes. It's like there's old Mercedes that are like late '80s, early '90s ones that are all over the country, and that fucking that like some of the newer cars. Well, I don't know if you want to use newer. You can use old technology, but like it's like to like put a different engine in and like
Yeah.
uh, rig up the speedometer and stuff. Like it's really not that difficult if it's a certain because certain engines fit on certain transmissions already, and
Mm-hmm.
like uh, or just to like turn it into a stick shift, it wouldn't really be that hard. It would just you'd have to like cut a hole in the floor and like you know
Yeah.
uh, but
Yeah.
like I mean I think it's gonna be a thing like freaking like old Mercedes with Honda's engines in them and stuff.
That would be pretty sweet. There was a guy up in Rochester who was selling a Honda Odyssey, a 2003 Honda Odyssey with a stick that was rebuilt as a stick shift.
Hmm. Oh yeah, yeah. You could get it all-wheel drive too.
Yeah, that would be that'd be pretty gnarly thing to get, like something like that. If you can rebuild them, that would be really awesome. Get like cars that are like just rebuild them to be stuff like to be like all-wheel drive, like switch out. Like I'm sure you can. I don't know how it would be if they took like the Subaru all-wheel drive system and if you can transplant it onto another car. You know?
Oh, yeah. You can do all sorts of stuff. My friend does it. If he'd want a lot of money, but he can do anything basically.
Yeah.
He's got like an old Jeep that's like freaking it's like it's got like a modern Chevy motor with like 2 turbochargers, and it gets like 600 horsepower or something, and it's 4-wheel drive with like I don't know, I think it's an automatic, but like it's pretty crazy. It's like really crazy fast. Freaking
Yeah. All right. Well, I'm getting kind of tired, and I do got to get up at some point tomorrow in the morning and go sit with my car. But yeah, I'm gonna call it a night. And it's been an awesome show and a great conversation. And always thank you for the invite.
Oh yeah.
I'll let you know my schedule for this week. Maybe we'll do this again soon, and I'll light that Pablo's Revenge because I've been hankering. So,
Oh, yeah,
cool,
take it
man.
easy.
Have a good night. Be well. Be safe.
Peace. Yeah, freaking well, I guess maybe I should end the show. What does Todd say? Leave on a high note. Let's see, a high note. No, what time is it? Yeah, I've been on here quite a bit here. Let's see here. Leave on a high note. Okay. Yeah, I don't know what. No. Yo, I leave like a note. What's noted? I'm back like I was quoted. Like y'all motherfuckers folded. Chilling like y'all motherfuckers focus. Rolling with the motherfucking focus. Laying down jokers. Y'all motherfucking weed smokers. Yo, trying to make money cause I need brokers. Yo, I keep my folks burned from the weed that I smoke. And I'm motherfucking relocate thoughts back the fucking rap about what I thought. Nah. Yo, I rap in the portion of it, and I seen the new world order disproportionate, and that shit was unfortunate. Smoke weed on the porch and shit. Yo, let's say, yo, I rap about the odyssey like I got a lot of beat, like I need a lot of beat. Smoke a lot of weed, cause I'm motherfucking cheap. Yo. Yo, I smoke repeatedly. Like you talk shit, motherfucker, eat the food. Yo, come back like I defeat the weak in the sequel. Y'all motherfucker, I just beat you. Come back like motherfuckers. God, I don't know. Yo, rap respecting, coming back so hectic. Y'all motherfuckers pick the microphone and wrecked it. Motherfucking start and hit select quick. Motherfuckers, I'm trying to make the exit. Yo, Oh. Okay. Yo, I rap like I'm sober. Coming back like I'm over. Waiting, it's over. Motherfucking still rapping like that. Keep no limits over. I got yo, new world order. You can tell by the older. Motherfucking, I'm so burned from the weed that I smoke up on. Yo, like we're pawns with me. Chess, where's the rest? Keep the flesh. Motherfuckers, keep the mind at rest. The new world order. That's coming back. Motherfucking psychologically arrested your thoughts, capability. Motherfucking rap capability. Y'all motherfuckers, our world of will street. Will please till I motherfucking say a speech. I got yo, 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 yo. I rap like phenomenon, like motherfucking on, like motherfucking apple con, motherfuckers, when the shit, talk, smoke, die. Yo, I keep it motherfucking, yo, like a derelict. Yo, I don't compare respect. I got motherfucking direct the microphone. Yo, let me project you to the phone, talking shit on the loan, back like motherfucking throne, chilling like where's your throne? Yo, like you were shown the way, like you motherfucking, you were known to say, fucking speak blatant, like you can be patient. Y'all motherfuckers, I can smell by the fragrance. Y'all motherfuckers talk shit, waiting, coming back, escaping, smoking weed, and now they vaping. Yo, yo, rap, motherfucking spit, statement, come back on the microphone, and he beats it, and the cassette or the record. I don't know. This makes sense. Yeah. Yo, don't know where my mind go. Back on the final. Yo. Bird says really. Yo. What was it? Look. I forget what it was. Yo. Rap opponent. Coming back like I own it. Y'all motherfuckers don't fit. Yo, in my jeans it was so quick. Like y'all motherfuckers know this. Just like motherfuckers. Put in the hope of this. Yo, Old Testament like locusts. Come back like motherfucking focus. Looking like. Yeah. Alright, we go. Where are we talking? was food, but it was only half baked. And then I came back from the gas station. Yo, made up rhyme. Yo, psychologically, like where the college was be smoking weed, motherfuckers. Nah, yo. Back in the 90s, like psychological operations, just like Kosovo, told you so, motherfuckers. The new world order, soul to soul. Going back like smoke some weed and I rolled some more. Yo. Yo. Now, clown out, motherfuckers. Outside, clown out loud, chillin' like, I don't know. Michael Jackson's or Mike Tyson. Gotta get some I'm at the gas station. Yo, far from decrepit. Yo, like the movie of Deception. Yo, I think from a motherfucking sound wave from reception coming back. Like motherfucking reflected, talking shit, like motherfucking hectic. Man, I fucked with the rhyme. About like a pair, of like technical flip. Guacamole, drinking hot Chinese holy, motherfuckers chillin' like the holy, yo, hot like the motherfuckers know me, motherfuckers know me, the OG, talking shit holy, that motherfucker never hold me, talking shit like the passive. I rap about left and right, talk like I'm extra weight. Yo, next, I got it. Yeah, so switch on my podcast. We're gonna, like, yo, format, real good to walk some people with the format. Yo, I'm about to go to the sport path. Yo, I don't think it's sport path. Alright, well, like, yo, old school niggas samurai battle, motherfucking on the motherfucking horse, the four horsemen, got a saddle back like a rattlesnake, yo, make a bad mistake, smoke like a bad fate, y'all motherfucking can't grab this way, like I'm motherfucking talk shit, like what the fuck say, yo, rap edited, motherfucking edited, smoke weed, in a vegetative state, like I relate to motherfucking gaining weight, trying to eat some food, come back, like, I've seen some YouTube comments, like, who's smoking weed, like, who do, yo, like the guru, feeling like, fucking, yo, I'm feeling like, yo, I'm feeling like smoking is not joking, coming back, prime